Microphone check, 1 2 1 2. Microphone check, 1 2. Welcome everyone for tuning in to Poker House Fort Worth. This table here. Friday night, and hopefully you're on your way here to Poker House Fort Worth or Poker House Peaks to play in this Flight E. We're about to kick things off here for this tournament, bringing you a feature table. We've got looks like a couple tables going live here. We're on a 15-minute delay. But you can see here on your screen, this is what we're doing, the Summer Jam 2, $50,000 guaranteed tournament here at Poker House Fort Worth and Poker House Peaks. This is a $65 entry tournament, and for a $10 instant bonus, you can get an additional $10,000 in chips for a total stack of $30,000 for $75. That's it. $75 for a $50,000 guaranteed tournament. We are halfway done here. That's right, halfway done. We've got tonight's flight and then 3 flights tomorrow. So if you're not here tonight in the next 3 hours, you've still got all day tomorrow. 3 different opportunities: noon, 6 p.m., and a 10 p.m. turbo flight to try to get your bag into the $50,000 guaranteed day 2 this Sunday, day after tomorrow at 1 p.m. right here at Poker House Fort Worth. Really excited about this one, guys. We've got a leaderboard here I can show you while we're waiting for the first hands to go out. It's going to be kind of hard to read on the stream, but let me walk this through you here. First and foremost, first place, top of the leaderboard, Michael Flowers. I cannot stress just how incredible the feat was. The first 3 flights, 3 bags. That's right. 3 flights, 3 bags. Michael Flowers for just over $1 million in chips. He did not show up today for the noon flight. I'm disappointed if he's listening. Wanted to keep the streak alive, but there's no reason to. He's already got 2 big bags and that $500 triple bag bonus. But he said he's going to keep an eye on things and maybe hop in if there's some big fields to try to improve on these bags, because you can take your best 2 bags forward. So if you play tonight and you bag, you can still play in the flights tomorrow and take that second bag, add it to your first, and bring them both into day 2. And if you're that good, if you're as good as Michael Flowers, you can still get a triple bag bonus worth $500 and free roll your way through this tournament if it didn't take you that many entries, obviously, each flight. But over $1 million in chips here for Michael Flowers. We'll talk more about the leaderboard and everything else that is going on here, but we are underway on this Flight E, 6 p.m. Flight E. You have right about 3 hours still to get here to Poker House Fort Worth or to Poker House Peaks and get in on this Flight E and join the names on that chip leaderboard. Let's get a look and see who got randomly selected here. This is a feature table. You can see that it's a little shorthanded because we just started the tournament and the tables all have to be balanced. And people will be coming and going for this tournament. But right off the bat, we've got Martin here flopping top pair with a 10 kicker, and Dan top pair with a deuce kicker. Ace on the turn. Does bring up some chopper opportunities. An ace or a queen. Maybe another king, maybe. No, not a king. But it is a 10 on the river. Get him 2 pair here for Martin. And we'll see if Dan pays off a small bet here if Martin wants to do anything. No, that brings a 4-liner to a straight, so I don't hate the check back there. So Martin here going to take down the first hand of this Flight E. Like I said, you've got 3 hours to come join these players here and get in on let's see here. I'm trying to check on this other tournament because we still have Flight D going. There's 8 people left here at Poker House Fort Worth. In Flight D, we had 63 entries for this the noon flight today, which is a fantastic turnout. And they're down to 8. So 6th and 7th get a min cash, and then the top 5 bag. So we'll keep an eye out on that Flight D. But this is Flight E that you're watching. Flight E, this is the tournament that literally just started. You've still got 3 hours to get here and maybe be sat on this feature table to be on stream. But either way, we're going to be bringing you down here all the way to the baggers for this Flight E. All right, guys, we have 3 players to this flop. Sorry about that. We're getting the tournament started. Need my help out on the floor there. I'll do my best to stick with you guys here. We got 2 players with 10-9. Gut shot 7 gives them a very straight. There it is right there, right as I said it. Both players are going to have the straight. Both are going to be pretty surprised that they're going to be chomping this pot. Pretty well disguised straight here. And Martin here may lose a little bit with having the ace, but with a 3 kicker, he may be able to get away from it here, especially since he sees a bet and a raise in front of him. That's going to should scare him off that ace, which it does. Good fold there by Martin. Robert here not going to go anywhere as he has the nuts. In fact, it looks like he's going to 3-bet it here to Ammo, and they're going to both be understanding pretty soon that they're singing the same song. All in, call, turns of cards, blah, 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 chop, chop. No worries there. So 10-9 hitting the gut shot out of both players there, and Robert and Ammo going to chop up that pot there. We've seen Ammo here on stream this for this flight. He's run close a couple times. Maybe tonight is his night to punch that bag. Robert we've seen on stream as well. Now to see if I recognize any other players here. We've been streaming these a lot. There's been quite a few people tuned in here to this tournament especially. Zach saying, "Is the first comment get an extra 10K at the next free roll?" I got to come up with something here. We're flying around crazy here on these streams, getting everything set up, and looking to bring some much better, exciting stuff coming. I'm really excited to try to keep from talking about, but we're gonna have a lot of stuff come up with the stream and rewards and drawings and things like that. So one step at a time, trying to get through this very big tournament. I think we've had some great turnouts. Almost 500 people participating so far in this thing. Queen 9 deuce on this flop here. Gut shot for Dan. Boston with a second pair here. Going to fire out, see where he is at. Jose. And Jose was one of the baggers from day before yesterday. No, it was yesterday. I have to go back and look, but Jose's got himself a bag, and he's going for a second one here. 5 of hearts brings in the front door flush draw. It's going to give Boston a redraw there on the nut flush. Doesn't happen. 7 on diamonds on the river. Boston going to be best here with the 9s. I don't think anybody's going to bet it here, so Boston going to see that he has the best hand here, taking down that almost $4,000 pot. Pretty good pot for beginning of a tournament here. All these players started out with 30,000 in chips. $65,000 gets you 20,000 in chips, and then an additional $10 instant bonus gets you an additional 10,000 in chips. But that's the most you can spend per flight, unless you renter, of course. But there's no add-ons, there's no other bonuses. $75 is the most you can spend to play in this flight, one at a time. You can obviously re-enter the tournament if you bust out or play in other flights, but no add-ons. It's a super cheap, good flight to try to get in for that $50,000 guarantee. Zach saying he's got 100 on Janice to bag tonight, and she's due. We got several good players in the field that have fired a few bullets here and have not quite made it to that final 8%. Several players here to a flop of it. Jack 7-4. No going for anybody. But Boston's going to bet. And he's got the top pair of jacks. Going to bet this out. Robert and Jose. Robert's got the queen jack here. I had to play catch up here on the graphics. So Robert here got Boston in a tough spot here. Jack 10 feels pretty good, enough to even make a second bet here on the turn. He's got a gut shot out here with a 9. And there it is. I called it out. Sorry, Robert, for that, as Boston takes the lead here on the river with the 10, and Robert's going to see the bad news and not like that at all. Yeah, shows that he had him crushed until the river there, and caught. Couldn't even catch a 10. Robert would have had the bigger straight, so he literally was dead to a 9. But that's poker, and luckily it's early to where it doesn't cost your whole stack. I'm kind of keeping up with this outer table here on this flight D. We had 63 entries. There's 7 players remaining. They are all in the money. 6th and 7th do get the min cash of $100 here, and the 1st through 5th are going to be bagging and tagging. So we're going to add 5 more names to that list coming back this Sunday at 1 p.m. And I'm hoping we have a ton of people in tonight's flight where we can have a large group of people being in the 8% that move on. And Zach, I don't know if you saw her or not, but Janice is now at the feature table, so you're going to get to, if you made that bet with anybody, be able to see it hopefully happen live unless she gets moved off of this table. 3 players to a flop. Robert's going to raise it up with the pocket 7s to 700. 2 callers. And he's going to flop a middle pair of 7s there on an all-heart board. Dan has the 9 of hearts, but can't be too entirely proud about that. But Robert here going to fire out 1,000 to see where he's at, and I don't think anybody's going to be able to come along. No, Jose's going to lick him up with bottom pair there. Ace of clubs here on the turn. Robert going to keep firing here 4,000, and that's going to push Jose out of it. Let me take a look here. I know Jose here is one of our baggers, people that are in day 2. Remember that fantastic beard anywhere. Yeah, he bagged yesterday's flight. Yesterday's flight, he was one of 6 baggers. Let's see if we can find his name on the list here. See, pull up the leaderboard here. Yep, 310,000. So, he's either I think his last name is Pruneda. So he's got 173,000. So plenty of room for him to not only get a second bag to add to that, but get a third bag. Third bag to be able to get that triple bag bonus. There's still plenty of time for that and improve that bag as well. Big hand brewing here. Had a raise from Harvey, 3-bet from Robert. Harvey's going to 4-bet to 8,000. Martin going to get out of the way with his pocket fives. And we're going to have two players, Harvey and Robert, both putting in 8,000 chips into the middle here. It's almost a quarter of each of their stacks, pocket tens versus ace king. Ace immediately on the flop, taking the lead there for Harvey. Robert going to check over to Harvey to see if he continues here. He's going to bet 6,000. And does Robert here give up yet? He's going to let that one go. So that's two tough coolers there for Robert early. But again, it is early, and registration is still open. So he can spin that back up. He's not down too far. He won a couple pots there in between. He's still got over 20,000 in chips, starting stack of 30,000. So still got 2/3, a little better than 2/3 of his stack left. But like I said, taking the beats early is better than taking the beats late when the blinds and the pots are massive. Action here going to be on ammo. 9-5 suited under the gun. Going to throw that one away. Folds around to Dan. Looks like he completed. And Janice in the big blind going to add some tax here. 1,000 on top, 1,200 to play now. Dan's going to let his go. Boston makes the call with the 10-9 offsuit. So Janice and Boston going to see a flop here, courtesy of dealer Tina. 6-4-8. Gut shot for Boston. That's about it. But Janice is going to keep on the pressure with 2,000. Boston hit a gut shot a minute ago, but he's not going to fish for it this time as he lays it down, and Janice picks up the pot there. Looks like we are 8-handed here on this feature table. Working on this outer game here. Flight D, the noon flight is still going. There are 6 players remaining. Only 5 get to bag their chips and come back on Sunday. So I'm kind of keeping an eye out on that and needing to help along with that. But we're bringing you Flight E right now. There's still plenty of time to get in on this Flight E. Let me take a look here. I'm running 15-minute delay here on stream, just like all streams do. But I can pick up the live clock. While I'm pulling this up here, got another big hand here. Harvey, pocket tens. Janice 3-bet to 2,700 with the pocket kings. Jose coming along with the ace-10 offsuit. Janice looking to dodge a 10 or an ace. Does so successfully. Queen 8-8 on this flop. Going to be hard for Jose to come along, but Harvey could peel a little bit here. Can't just immediately give up on pocket tens on a queen 8-8 board, especially after being 3-bet there. Jose going to get out of the way with the ace-10. We'll see if Harvey wants to peel one time. Does he believe Janice has a queen or an 8? Looks like he's reaching for some chips. Yeah, there he's going to make the call, so he's going to peel one more just as I thought he might. Janice is the one out of position in this hand. She's going to be the first one to bet this turn of a deuce of spades. She's not going to put him on an 8, so she's going to go all in here for 21,000. Harvey, it would be for over 2/3 of his stack, so he does let the pocket 10s go. So a big betting there by Janice. And Harvey making the good lay down there. All right, looks like we've got just right around 30 entries so far. It's a little over 2.5 hours to get in on this flight. So we could see 100 entries in this flight, which that means big bags here at the end of this flight. So if you have been kind of watching, waiting for your opportunity to come try to fire your $65 bullet into this $50,000 guaranteed tournament, tonight might be one of them. There's going to be a lot of chips in play. We get a lot of players, a lot of re-entries. Once we start hitting those triple digits, that's a lot of chips in play, meaning that if you can make it to that top 8%, you're going to have a very healthy bag bringing it into day two to run down the lion's share of that at least $50,000 prize pool. Martin here under the gun looking down at King Jack of Spades. Looks like just a call there. Harvey here with the ace queen offsuit going to come along as well. Robert, oh no, Harvey raised up to 700 with the ace queen. Robert's going to make that call with the ace 10 offsuit. Folds all the way around back over to Martin here. He's going to make that call. King Jack of Spades versus ace queen versus ace 10. 3 ways to a flop. Queen 9 ace. Top 2 pair for Harvey. Gut shots for Martin. Top pair, tough kicker for Robert. He can lay this down pretty easily, I would think, with a bet and a call behind him with a 10 kicker, but he may peel. Yeah, he's going to see one more. It's nice and cheap. Actually, it was a bet by Martin and a raise by Harvey, and Robert still made the call. So we're going to see a bet and a raise here and still be 3 ways to see an 8 on the turn. Gut shots now for Robert and Martin. Martin got he can use a 10 and only a 10 now. So it's gut shot there for Martin still. Harvey's going to bet again, and Robert's going to come along. So there's another board pairing 8. Harvey's still going to be best here. Looks like he's going to check it over Robert, and Robert checks back. Harvey's going to show the top 2 pair there. Harvey, I guess it's a good non-bet. You got 2 pair. Don't know if someone can come along with a ace king for too much there, but could have targeted some ace jacks, ace tens, ace kings to try to take a little bit more value out of that one, but not a bad way. You got is it Shauna? You have to let me know. Either way, Ammo's wife in the chat, rooting him along. Seeing him back at this feature table is always good. Zach still rooting for Janice. But yeah, quite a few people on YouTube and Facebook. Let me know where you're watching and listening from. If you know someone that's in this tournament or if you're on your way, love to hear it. Who you're here rooting on. Robert going to raise up to 800 with the pocket 5s. Ammo going to make the call with the ace 7 offsuit. Folds around to Martin in the big blind. He's going to let his discounted price go, and we're going to go heads up to a flop. $2,400 a pot. Dealer Paul, see what he brings. Eight, Jack, 10, 2 spades here. Quick check. Deuce on the turn doesn't change anything. Robert and Ammo still checking this one down. 9 on the river is not going to change anything, but Ammo's going to fire at it here since he made the gut shot straight, and Robert just cannot cut a break. I don't think he called there, but if he had called and seen that he got rivered once again, Robert might get 2 or 3 buy-ins deep real quick. It's pretty tilting when you have the best hand and it just can't hold up time after time after time. But that's the way poker goes. Got Sabrina in the chat rooting for Martin. Martin new to the stream here at Poker House Fort Worth, at least to my memory. I've commentated 99% of these, but seen a lot of players, a lot of stuff, a lot of cards. He might have come through and I might have missed him, but good to see that he has some fans in the chat. So Shanna like banana. Got it. Now we know. Dealer Paul there handing out the new chip stacks there to the newest player at the table. Dan here looking at 10-5 suited, going to, did he raise it up or did he just call here? Let the graphics catch up. He threw a singular $1,000 chip out there, but he could have just said call. And Boston waking up with a monster hand here. Ace King suited. He's going to raise this one up to 1,800. Jose going to make the call with a suited ace as well. Ace 10, obviously behind the Ace King there. It looks like we're going to go 3. Nope, just 2. Ace King versus Ace 10. Jose versus Boston. 4-7-9 Rainbow. Goes a quick check. A board pairing 7 on the turn. Boston's going to take a stab at this with the 1,500, and Jose says no way. There's the man, the myth, the legend in the chat, Michael Flowers. I told him he was going to have to come do an interview with me to walk me through what it feels like to bag 3 times out of 3 flights. An incredible feat. But of course, he didn't show up today. Boston going to take that one down with the Ace King. So Jennison, Boston, and Harvey pulling out here right at the beginning. All 3 just up over 40,000 in chips on that 30,000 starting stack. Robert, the only short stack at 14-4. But the blinds are still low. The tournament just started. There's plenty of action still to be had. There's no real such thing as a short stack. Plenty of time to play. Sitting here keeping an eye on that outer tournament table. Flight D, the noon flight today that had 63 entries. Looks like they have 6 players left and only 5 get to bag. So they're looking to all trying to hang on for that bag and tag. But of course, this is Flight E that you're watching, and plenty of time to still get into this tournament. Well over 2 hours if you're watching or listening from anywhere near the Poker House Fort Worth or Poker House Peaks area. You definitely have quite a while to get in on this one. Got over 30 entries, 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours to get into this tournament here that you're watching now. Maybe find yourself on stream. King 6 Queen here, top for Martin, picking up the Ace King pre, raising it up and getting callers. Got a couple of the shared aces out in the field there, so good for him to pick up the King. I don't know if anyone is going to have anything enough to come along, as he bets 2,500 on his top pair ace kicker, and that's exactly what's going to happen. They're going to let it go. So Martin there dragging a decent pot there on the button. Puts him back closer to the starting stack after losing a little bit in a couple hands. And it looks like we just reached the last 5. The final 5 baggers here in this Flight D, the noon flight. Yeah, I've just got a final update on that. Yes, it is the final 5 baggers there for Flight D. So they are done in Flight D. 977 here on this flop in Flight E. Ammo and Sham both with diamonds and a lot of nothing. Sham's going to bet it out, though, with the position on ammo and then take that pot down. Sham here, a local cash game at Player Poker House, Fort Worth, in all the time. He dabbles in tournaments a little bit, likes to splash it up here in tournaments like these especially, but primarily sticks to the cash games. Great cash game player, Sham. Definitely not afraid to mix it up on the cash table, so we'll see how he approaches his tournament style play. Just my knowledge of him would say that he knows how to switch over to that tournament gear. Janice here under the gun with pocket 9 is going to be raising this one up to looks like 1,700, 1,800. Folding all the way around the table, and it's going to get right through. So no challenge, easy pickup there for Janice. Full table of 9. Here's some celebrations out there on that outer table. That might have been when that final bubble burst to the baggers. Got over 30 entries here in Flight E. Ammo here now picking up the pocket 9 is going to raise it 1,200. Janice folds around to her in the big blind. She's going to come over the discounted rate with the ace deuce offsuit. So Ammo looking to dodge all the aces. 10-4-3, good safe flop there for 9s against the ace deuce with just a gut shot and 1 over in the ace. See how much gamble Miss Janice has in her. She's going to come along. Says she might pick up that 5. Not going to do it on the turn, though. 7. Ammo here is still reaching for chips and firing. Is that going to be enough for Janice? 3,000 more to hit that gut shot? No, she's going to let that one go. So Ammo there turns over the pocket 9s. It shows everybody what he had, showing that he is not doing this with nothing, and picks up that pretty decent pot there. Hand number 17 here of Flight E. You've got dealer Paul in the box. I want to welcome everyone for tuning into Poker House of Fort Worth live on YouTube and Facebook. Good to just listen into the stream, watch the stream while you are doing whatever it is you're doing here on this Friday night. Hopefully you're planning on running on up here and getting in on this flight you're watching right now. There's plenty of time still to get in, well over 2 hours. Maybe find yourself here on the live stream. Either way, trying to get in that top 8% to get in on that $50,000, what's going to be at least a $50,000 prize pool. Deuce 4-9 here. Janice going to take the lead with the Jack 4, but not going to bet it out. Another 4 on the turn. Now she may announce her presence as she turns 3 of a kind, but unfortunately not much else for the rest of the field, so she may not get paid off anything here. And Janice here is going to drag another pot. Boston here under the gun, first act with the king queen offsuit, going to raise it up to 700. Early position, going to get a bunch of folds all the way around the table. Robert makes the call with the queen 8 suited. Dan coming along with the 10-8 of diamonds and ammo, calling for cheap since he's in the big blind with the jack 6 offsuit. We're going to go 4 ways to a flop here. Queen 10-5, 2 hearts. Robert top pair, but Boston with a top pair better at kicker. Dan second pair. See if he wants to peel up another card. Robert, good laydown. Good laydown there by Robert. Not wasting any more money with that 8 kicker. And Boston's going to bet it and take down that pot. Jose here going to work up middle position with the ace king of hearts. Going to be raising it up. So it looks like 12-5. No, it's just 1800. Not much for anyone else in the field. Folds all the way around to ammo. Has the ace tray of clubs. Wants to see a flop. See if he can catch some clubs here. Boston getting out of the way. Looks like we're going to go heads up to a flop. Ace 8-8, 2 spades. Jose with a stranglehold on this hand here with no clubs showing. We'll see how proud ammo is of this 3 kicker. Jose is going to bet 3,300 here. Ammo thinking about it, but hasn't reached for chips yet. Yep, he shows it and lets it go. There's a good fold there by Ammo. Seeing a lot of good folds tonight already. We barely started this tournament. These people are playing seriously. They're not just splashing around. It's only a $65 buy-in, but these guys are treating it well. And if the all the listeners here would just excuse me for just one moment as I run back out onto the floor to wrap up that Flight D. I'll be right back with you here on this Flight E. You still have plenty of time to get in on this flight. If you're watching or listening near the Fort Worth or Dallas Peaks area, you can still come down here to Poker House Fort Worth or Poker House Peaks and get in on this Flight E. It's a long way to go to registration, and I have a funny feeling this is going to be a very large field, so there's going to be some big bags handed out tonight. So this is one of those flights you don't want to miss. If you think you're going to play it all tomorrow, might as well try to get out here and play it tonight. Going to be a lot of chips in play. I can feel it. So the bags will be heavy. 6-8 tray, 2 spades here. No players with spades. Robert's pocket jack still good. Good safe pot. Good safe flop for them. Harvey's going to be up and down. Top pair for Jose and Martin. So that's why I don't know if this $6,000 bet's going to get all the way through. But I definitely don't hate the bet at all. With pocket jacks there, you got to charge your customers for the draw. Martin has 2 pair. And he goes all in for 27-4. So, wow. Never mind. Martin didn't check up on the graphics there. Martin let his open end go. Robert's going to make this call and see that he's behind. This has just been not his tournament just yet. He may have to rebuy, get some fresh new lucky chips because he has been taking some coolers already. And Robert will be the one at risk. Looking for a jack or a tray right now. Pick up some more outs on the turn. If it's not a 8 or a 6 to any 10, any tray, any jack. King on the river, not going to do it. So Robert, you're going to be rebuying early into this $65 entry tournament worth $50,000 guaranteed. So do not blame him one bit for re-entering into this tournament for such a great price. So I'm going to step away from the commentators. We'll be right back here shortly for this Flight E. So don't go anywhere. All right, guys. Reese here, back in the booth. Had to step out and check on the Flight D that just wrapped up. We've got 5 brand new baggers coming back on Sunday. We'll be posting that up on Facebook here shortly. Spoiler alert. Take a look here. Miss Hope got her second bag, bagged last night and turned right back around and bagged this afternoon's flight. Fantastic job. And then other than that, looks like we've got Reese. Saw him on stream a couple times this week. Bobo, we all know Bobo, got him a bag. Either way, we'll get that up on Facebook here shortly. Sean in the chat, I hope you're still listening. We have, I didn't look when I was out there getting the Flight D taken care of, but let me tell you how many we have currently in this Flight E. Quite a few people out there, that's all I can tell you for sure. 37, and I know there was a couple people signing up, so probably 40 players already signed up here for this Flight D, and we have a ton of time left to come and get in. I can tell you that exactly here. Pull that number up. Yeah, there's a little over 2 hours. 2 hours left to get into this flight. Almost 40 players so far in the flight. Jack, Queen, 5 here. Pocket 6s for Sham. Pocket 7s for Martin. Janice with the 10-8 offsuit gut shot. 3 of spades on the turn. Doesn't help anyone. Looks like Janice here is going to take a stab at it, though. Martin reaching for chips might not be a believer here. He said he's gonna see another card here. So 6 on the river would have made a Sham his set. See if Janice fires another bullet here and if Martin can call it off. A big bet there by Janice. It's gonna be tough here for Martin. He just thinks that she is bluffing here on a spade draw that didn't get there, or betting her straight draw that didn't get there. 7s are just a pure bluff catcher here for 12,000. It's a huge amount of chips this early in the tournament. Does Martin have it in him to make this call? He knows something's up. You can see him wanting to call so bad. Oh, he's going back and forth. He wants to call so badly. And Janice is sitting here quietly saying, please fold, please fold, please fold. But Martin's got a great read on the situation here. If he can just pull through the trigger, and there it is. Great call by Martin there. Going to see that he picked off that bluff there at the pocket 7s. Great call there by Martin, and rewarded with a very big pot. Going to make him the chip leader of this feature table, 67,000 in chips. Saw some Martin fans there in the chat. Big applause on that one there. Big call by Martin. Great job. A quick dealer change here. What was they going to call here in the cutoff, or the hijack spot with a queen 9 offsuit? Harvey going to come along in the cutoff. It's like Janice and Dan both going to come along as well. So we're going to go 4 ways to a flop here. 6 Jack 5 rainbow here. Not much help for any player. First one to bet may take this one down. 4 on the turn, going to give an opener to Harvey. Dan does have a pair. He is the one in the lead with a pair of 6s. 10 on the river. That's going to give Janice the winner. And she's going to bet it out like she's got it. 2,000 bet, and no one else is probably going to be able to come along here, unfortunately. So Janice gets a few of those chips back that she shipped over to Martin on a great bluff attempt, by the way. Martin just made a great read and a good call. Three players to a flop here. 8, 10, deuce, 2 clubs here. Top pair for Ammo and nut flush draw for Boston. Expect to see some chips go in the middle here. Ammo is going to bet this one out under the gun. 4,000. Boston making a quick call. Janice getting out of the way here. So Boston looking for a club. There's a jack on the turn. That's going to give him some additional outs for Ammo. Give some Ammo some additional outs to catch a 9. It's going to go check, check to a river. Queen, no help to Boston. So Ammo here going to check this down. They're going to get to a showdown, and Ammo is going to win that pretty decent pot. $12,000 pot. Ammo there could have bet anything he wanted to, and Boston would have been obligated to call there on that turn. Had too many outs. Hand number 27 going out here. Dealer Jenny on this flight E. Robert here in the hijack. Had a tough run of it early. Let's see if he can turn things around. He's going to give it a shot, raising it up to 1,000 with the Queen Jack offsuit. Dan going to come along with the King 8 offsuit, calling 1,000. Ammo picking up King Queen in the big blind, coming in with the discounted rate. So we're going to go 3 ways to a flop here. Queen Jack, King 8, and King Queen. And a queen on this flop with 2 clubs, Queen 7, 3. So Ammo and Robert once again finding himself just out-pipped. This has not been his tournament so far. He makes the call, 3,000 bet by Ammo there. 10 on the turn. Ammo going to slow down on this one here. Robert going to bet it out. And Ammo just never going to fold here. 3 on the river. Matt make it go check, check here. Board pairs. No, Ammo is going to keep firing out, and Robert's just probably not going to be able to get away with this one or get away from it. He does make the call, and just sees that he's outkicked once again. Tough, tough, tough there for Robert. Robert has had just very good, barely second place hands so far in this tournament. And another good pot there for Ammo. Built his stack up to almost 50,000. Martin here in the gun looking at an ace queen offsuit, reaching for some raising chips. Let's see what price he makes it here. Looks like 2,500. No, just 1,200. Jose going to come in for 1,200 as well with the pocket fours. Robert making the call with king 10 offsuit. Folds back around to Ammo in the small blind. Going to let his 10-3 suited go. Boston going to let his big blind go. Not going to get tricked into putting in any more money in the pot with that hand. So ace queen for Martin. Pocket fours for Jose. Ace 6 9, 2 diamonds here on this one. So Martin flopping top best here. Robert and Jose just not probably going to be able to come along with this one here. They do let it go, and Martin picks up a small pot there to increase his chip lead here at this feature table. Just over 70,000 in chips, a 30,000 starting stack, so he's doubled his stack here early. Once again, I am broadcasting a 15-minute delay here. So everything you are watching and me talking about here is on a 15-minute delay. But I can look at the live clock here and see that we just hit 2 hours left of registration. So you have 2 hours left to come get into this fantastic tournament. Robert here going to raise this one up to 1,400 with the ace queen of diamonds. Dan going to make the call with pocket sevens. Ammo going to defend his button with the 4 deuce suited. Discounted big blind call here for Martin with the 8-4 offsuit. Going to make that call as well. So we're going to go 4 ways into a flop here. King 6-10. Not much for any player here. Dan still in the lead with his pocket sevens. 8 on the turn does bring in the diamond draw for Robert. Martin with top pair. Or I'm sorry, the just paired his hand. Robert going to bid at 3,000. Does Martin want to come along with just a third pair of 8s? He's reaching for chips. Actually, it looks like he raised it. Great play there by Martin. Put the squeeze back on Robert. Unfortunately, it's just not going to work because Robert's just too short. That might be the one small miscalculation there by Martin, is not knowing that Robert was just going to shove in and play for the rest of his stack on that raise. Martin probably thought that he was short stacked and could make a laydown, but with the kind of day Robert's having, it's not an insignificant amount for Martin. It's a pretty good chunk. Luckily he's got a big chunk, so he's going to call that all in. So Robert going to be in an ace, a queen, a jack, or a diamond. Does spike the ace on the river, so tough for Martin to put himself in a position there that he had to make a crying call just for the rest of those chips. And Robert finally coming out on top on one of these river cards, bringing him back close to the starting stack again. So big life there for Robert. Martin does have the chips to absorb that blow, and he is still the table chip leader with 60,000 in chips. Over 40 entries into this Flight E. You've got just under 2 hours to come still get in. I think this is going to be a big flight. Lots of people going to participate on this Friday night. So the bags coming out of this flight are going to be fantastic. Sham on the hijack here, going to raise it up to 800 with the Queen 4 suited. Ammo going to defend his ace 9 that he got dealt. Jose going to defend his big blind with the Jack Deuce. So 3 mediocre hands, seeing a flop. Ammo going to flop top pair at best here. Sham's second pair of 4s, runner, hard drop possible. Ammo's going to bet this one to see where he is at. Jose has the bottom pair. See if he might want to peel one card out of boredom here for 3,000. He does make that call. Does that might bring Sham in? No, but he does let it go. No big deal there. Ammo in a pretty big lead here. Pair of aces versus the Jack Deuce of Jose. Let's see if Ammo can find another bullet. He can. Reaching for chips here. Let's see how much he's going to make it. Pot of 9,000. I'd like to see a bet of about 6 here. Looks like he bet 7 or 8. Yeah, 8,000 here. Jose's not good. Jose came in. He wants the club draw. He picked up the club draw there, and he's just going to put it all the rest of the way in. And now Ammo, just like Martin, is the one trapped, having to make a crying call on the rest of this here. So Jose looking for a deuce, a jack, or a club to take the lead here from Ammo. It has the top pair of aces. 7 on the river doesn't help anything, and Ammo going to get more chips here, courtesy of Jose, who's trying to make a miracle happen there, give his opponent one more chance to fold, where he could hit the flush possibly. All right, Reese here back in the booth as we just wrapped up Flight D. Here we are on Flight E. Over 40 players here in this battle royale, and still an hour and 45 minutes left to get into this tournament. Janice here on the gun. Looks like she's going to call with the king and queen offsuit. Folds all around to the button where Harvey is going to defend to the button with the ace. Trey offsuit. Robert pocket fives. Dan going to check his option with the 4 deuce. 4 players to a flop here. 4, 10, 8. Pocket fives are still best, but they look real great on that board. Harvey going to take a stab here on the button. I love the play. 2,000. Gets Robert to fold. Dan with bottom pair gets him to fold. Not much for Janice either. So I love that bet there by Harvey, playing his position and his image. Take down that pot. Great play. Harvey had a good run in the Flight D this afternoon. Not sure if he made it to the final table or not, but got pretty close. Had a good chip stack. I had to move him for table balance earlier, and I had to help him move his chips. So the gentleman knows how to build a stack. Let's see if he can replicate it and get all the way to the end of this flight. And we're going to raise this one up with ace, queen, offsuit, 2 callers. 7, 10, 4 rainbow flop here. Martin top pair. Nothing for Amo. He's going to check it over to Martin. Here, acting as the button last act. He's going to put out a bet here into the $6,400 pot. Looks like he's going to bet 3,000. Dan can't come along and unless Amo just wants to float here. He does. Thought he might. Looking for an ace and only an ace. A queen would be pretty disastrous for him. He's going to check it over to Martin. See if Martin loads up another shot. 6 does bring the straight in, so he's going to check for safety here in pot control. Ace on the river. Miracle card there for Amo. That was the only card that could save him. And he's going to put out a bet here, but I don't think you're going to see Martin coming along here. That ace, even if it is good card bluff, he knows that ace was not one he wanted to see. And yeah, he's going to let that one go. So good fold there by Martin. And Amo gets Miracle River to continue to stack chips, putting himself back over the 70,000 mark. Sometimes it's good to float along all the way to the rim. And at number 35, we are cooking right along here in the 4th level here. Lines are still very low, lots of playtime. We've got an hour and 45 minutes almost to get into this flight. Austin here, middle position, going to call the 500 big blind with the king 9 of diamonds. Sham here in the big blind going to check his option. We're going to go 3 ways to a flop as Janice completed the small. Jack 6 deuce. That's going to be top pair for Sham. He's going to go ahead and bet this one out, and I don't think anybody else is going to be able to come along with anything. No diamonds for anyone. Let's it go. So Sham finally picking up a pot. Been stuck here without getting much cards as he joined the tournament. Boston here, they're going to fold on around Harvey. Pocket 10's middle position, reaching for some raising chips. They're going to make it 2,500 to play. Robert was already counting out chips before he even got to him with the ace queen offsuit. Calls the 25. Janice folds on the button. Sham gets out of the way. Hamilton gets out of the way of the big line. So we're going to go heads up. Pocket 10s versus ace queen. Deuce ace 9. Looks like Harvey's going to be the first attack. Puts out some chips. Another 2,500. Robert here going to make the call. Having the top pair aces queen kick. Jimmy putting out a turn card of a 10. And that is the gin for Harvey. Betting out another 2,500. Robert can never fold. In fact, Robert raises here. And music to Harvey's ears. The woes of Robert continue. And look at it. He min bet. Harvey rips it all in, and Robert makes the call. And he's going to see he is drawing it dead here on this river. Robert just can't get anything going tonight. Has been, unfortunately, on the bad side of several hands, just barely out-kicked, out-turned, out-rivered. Picked up one good hand there to stack some chips. And then ends up in that same position there, making that bet on that flop. And Harvey coming along with the pocket tens and spiking the 2-outer on him on the turn. So not a good night so far for Robert, but I know Robert, he will shake it off and get back on the felt. Knowing that's how poker goes sometimes. Harvey and Nemo, your chip leaders here at this feature table, a little over 70,000 apiece. Sham here going to make something happen on the button as it folded all the way around to him with 10 and 9 offsuit. Going to raise up to 2,000, and Janice makes the call. King at 9-5, 2 hearts. Nothing for Janice. Let's see if Sham continues with the second pair here. The story of the hand, and it's probably going to work here. Janice releases her cards, and Sham, depending on the button here, he shows the 9. Trying to make an image for himself that he can maybe exploit later on a good bluff. "45 entries into this tournament. Now you've still got an hour and a half plus. A little over an hour and a half to get into this tournament. I'm hoping we hit 100 tonight. With all the rebuys, people on their way. If you're watching or listening from around the Poker House Fort Worth area, you got an hour and a half to get over here. And if you're listening over near the Dallas area, Poker House Peaks is running the same tournament we are. They've been running the same flights, the same tournament. This is a joint tournament between the two locations. We love doing it. Let's have a look in here at Peeps' board. They've got almost 40 entries themselves. So we've got a busy night here in both clubs for this $50,000 guaranteed tournament. Dane in middle position is going to call 500 with the 9-8 offsuit. Sham's going to raise this one up with the ace-6 clubs. Ammo coming along with ace-10. And Boston waking up in the small blind, 3-betting to 5,000 with pocket queens. Sham here, tough spot for him since Ammo called behind him. And Ammo's got the button. He's got position. But that's a pretty big bet of a guy who's been pretty quiet, and he recognizes the same thing and lets it down. Boston shows the pocket queens, confirming everyone's suspicions. And Boston came in and won a couple hands at the beginning, and then has showed discretion since then. So that 3-bet out of him definitely sending alarm bells for Ammo. We have Philip joining the table, starting stack of 30,000. Players fold around to Sham and hijack Queen 7 of hearts. Kind of getting a feel for the table. We're going to get a little more active here as he sees this table is playing pretty tight. Raising it up to 1,500 with the Queen 7 of hearts. Boston makes the call with the ace-9 suited. Philip in the big blind. It's 1,000 more for him to call. There's Tina in the chat rooting on Philip. Jenny to a Jack 4-4 flop. No help to any player. We'll see who wants to try to bet this out. If nobody does, we're going to go to a turn for free, 3 of spades. Still no help to any player. Boston did pick up the nut flush draw. Sham going to be the one trying to bet this out here. But Boston probably not going to go anywhere here with the nut flush draw. He does call the 2,000 bet. Philip gets out of the way. Heads up to a river. Boston is ahead, but looking for a spade. Doesn't hit the spade, so we'll see if Sham can bet again here. Boston may have to let this one go. He does make a $2,000 bet, so a good bet there by Sham, just in case Boston floated along with the spades or straight draw. Let's go. So Sham manufacturing his own fortune here, not catching any cards, but telling good stories with his chips. And sometimes that's an important part of tournament poker play. You just depend on just the cards. You're not going to do as good as often. But now that we are in hand 40 here at this table, we've seen a few orbits. Some of these players are starting to figure each other out, so we'll start to see things open up a little bit here, more than likely. You saw Sham there last couple hands betting out pre-flop with not very good hands, but he's just telling stories to the table, and which I definitely it does work. Here he's going to pick up Jack 10, so he's going to raise it up to 1,500. Martin with deuce tray wants to call. He almost pitched it in, but can't help it. 3 deuce suited, nice and sneaky hand. He's going to make the call here, and he has position, so I don't hate it. So we're going to go heads up, Jack 10 versus 3-2. Both players holding hearts. Hope we don't see a heart-heavy flop. And unfortunately, we do. Ace, ace, 8. 2 hearts here. Sham going to check it over to Martin, and Martin's going to make a great bet here. And Sham definitely going to come along. He's got the heart draw as well, but the Jack on the turn is going to change nothing. Sham was still ahead, but now he's definitely ahead. Check, check to a river. Oh, it's a heart. So Sham here going to get max value probably, as Martin feels like his flush is rather disguised. Yeah, I bet 10,000 snap call there. Martin's going to see the bad news that Sham did have the hard draw all along. So semi-cooler there for Martin. But he has the chip stack to absorb it. He's still over a starting stack here after making those big calls there. And Sham moves up over 58,000 chips. New dealer here in the box. Carlos. Be it Carlos here. Janice here under the gun. 9-7 offsuit, throws it into the muck. Sham, who picked up another gear, decides to slow it back down here. Folds around to Boston in the hijack with 10-8 offsuit, grabbing up some raising chips, making a move for himself as well. Raises up to 2100, folds around to Harvey, who wants to see a flop with the Queen Jack offsuit. And Dan getting in for a discounted price here in the big blind, calls with the King 3 suited. So we're going to go 3 ways to a flop here. Clubs working for Dan, currently ahead with the King high. Ace, ace, 9 here, 2 spades. No players having spades, no players having an ace. I think the aggressor could win this one here. Of course, if you bet out on these kind of boards with the 2 aces, it makes you look actually weaker than the strong. So sometimes it's almost better to go ahead and bet out. And if your opponents don't have anything, they can just get out of the way, which is exactly what Boston does. Makes that a bet, and since no one had anything even slightly working, gets out of his way, and Boston picks up that pot. Just crossing over the 50-player mark here for this Flight E. I want to hit that 100. If you're listening, if you're watching, come play. It's only a $65 entry tournament for a $50,000 guaranteed prize pool. Fantastic value tournament here at Poker House Fort Worth and at Poker House Peaks. Dan here is going to wake up in the small blind with pocket queens. Going to put in the last of his stack there, 8,000 to call. Don't know if he's going to have anybody come. Oh, Janice, never mind. I was just thinking she might lay it down, but she's going to call him with the King 8 of clubs. Emo here, Queen 10 offsuit. About 10% of his stack to try to get a pretty big pot here. $7,300 to ammo. Cutting out some calling chips. Just can't quite get away from it. Too pretty of a hand, so he's going to see a flop. We're going to go 3 ways with Dan all in and at risk with pocket queens against Queen 10 and King 8. Looking to dodge a king or a lot of clubs as Carlos puts out the 4 deuce 10 of clubs. It's going to give Janice the second nut flush draw. And she's going to bet it out, and Emo's got top pair. So you're going to see an all in and a call here. So we're going to be 3 ways all the way to the river, 2 players at risk. Dan in the smaller main pot. It might be actually the larger main pot. Yeah, they definitely has more. So Dan has an overcurve with the queens. Janice, second nut flush draw, and Emo top pair. He's not going to like his position here once he sees that some of his outs are in his opponent's hand. Pocket queens here, looking to dodge a club or a king to get a full double up here for Dan. And the club binks in the river. Janice going to scoop the entire pot and take out 2 players. No, Janice did not have Ammo had Janice outshipped. I apologize. So 1 player eliminated. Janice with the almost full triple up, more than double, courtesy of Ammo there.
Yeah, they got elephants. And they make one, you know, there's a connection, and they make one phone call, and your whole shit's all fucked up. I even had one make a comment. 8,500. Oh, yeah? Oh. Yeah, that never said right. I don't remember what it was. Well, when she was having us trained to be dealers, I told her, like, that after the Target one had shut down, I said, hey, you know what? I can't risk getting in trouble with a deal. You still gonna try to open up a day after they just shut down, like it don't make sense. And then the day later, she gets the freaking raise. That's when I knew, like, she really didn't. She was just shooting shit, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I get when you're trying to do a business, you gotta
A lot of house boxes.
keep people encouraged. You gotta be smart, you know what I mean?
Standing or clean. A lot of house.
Yeah. It ain't about the pockets, it's about the connection. So it ain't about the pockets, it's about the connection. See how they just joke. Yeah, they was, I mean, he tried to fight it along and good, but why do that when they just gonna out money you? I mean,
Here we go. Good luck to us.
Are they do again with first row?
In a straight draw. I'm hoping to do it. Come on. Come on. Come on, Carlos. Get me. Yeah. Man, not this time. So good. Ooh, I had to dodge a lot there. So good. I had to do it. You know?
Yeah, I would have been all in with that. I didn't have a
No, I don't need it. No. You can have a matching set.
Thank you. I got a twin now.
Y'all find that? I can't read it. It does.
I checked
Did you
it.
check?
Yeah.
Go straight.
When the bus came, I got out when it was.
It definitely slowed me down.
I know it. I was thinking. I don't know why I was thinking something.
Well, I had the
Like,
straight draw and then I hit the ace too.
Yeah, she called every station like when she got there.
So what's the deal with the cat? What is that? Big cat. Wasn't sure if it meant something. Yeah, I know it's big cat. I just thought it was the ring. I just thought it was cat. This my wife got me. Oh. Oh, okay. She got me.
600 call. Call. Race 2000. Awesome. Get the change.
gentlemen, hey, we have a massage therapist here, y'all. She would like to give y'all a massage, $1.50 a minute. If y'all would like one, just call her name. Alrighty, y'all, welcome back. Good afternoon now. Alright, let's see who somebody else got. Oh, no, making sure. Boy, we got that.
That is funny. Well, you know he means it, so.
You know I mean. What's up, Miss Janice? I got with Miss Janice on. Gotcha.
That's what he says in public. It's a private, different story.
What is this?
8,000. 800, I'm sorry. That's all of y'all look.
You sure did. I can see it.
Price of poker all went up.
Oh, I see it now.
A little chips over there, shit. We got a raise, 1,800. Oh. 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 200 back each foot. Good luck. Right here. Check. Check. Got a bet of 2,300. 2,800. Well, I've been smoking. Got it. Cool. Call. Check. Check. At 2,500. Call. Call. Check. Check. Jack. Jack with these.
That kid is too big, Janet. Janet, your kid is too big. Hey, look at that. Hey there. That's not that easy. Oh, that's okay. Good hand, man.
Give me a raise. Stop job. You just funny.
No, I was just betting you could have raised it. You know, I was calling there. I wasn't going away.
Okay, I'm still there. I'm good. This is a pot.
Oh, yeah, we need to buy.
800
Wait,
Miss Janice.
25,
8 and 8.
25. Yeah. Get you healthy in a hurry. Get your race and free spot.
Oh.
You look free.
Everybody, why you never
John decides to call. 400.
I'm done. Huh? So,
It was just 400.
I was thinking of school, I'm bad. Thanks. Send me more.
Janice might be able to change. Oh, never mind. Got a call 3,000 now.
Sure, you gave me the right price.
Oh, let's go. Battle it out. Big pair.
Oh, there.
Aces versus kings? No, not quite. Oh, this is very nice. No, it is. Big 30,000.
All right, guys. Reese back into the booth with you here just in time to see an all in here by Martin with a call from Harvey. Martin all in for 30,000. Harvey makes the call. I've got the chip stacks from Flight D, the information on the latest flight. We'll be giving you guys updates on what's going on here. Pocket nines versus Ace King. Ace, Trey, 8 on this flop. Harvey's going to take the lead here. Martin looking for a 9 and only a 9 to a river. 9 for Martin. Not going to happen. So Harvey here is going to win this one, eliminating Martin in the process. We'll see if Martin wants to reload here with another bullet. Registration is still open for another hour. We still have registration open for another hour here. And let me see here. We've got the latest baggers. Flight D. This is from the lunch flight we had this afternoon that ended just as we were getting this stream started. We've got Reese bagging up 270,000. Hope bagging up 492,000. Alex 226,000. Bobo 531,000, and Adrian with 372. And that's going to be a double bag for Hope. That's right, Hope, who bagged last night and this lunch flight. That's going to boost her all the way up to third on the leaderboard, 853,000 in chips. Of course, your chip leader is still Flowers with his amazing performance of 3 flights, 3 bags, not only getting him his top 2 bags that are over 1 million in chips, but getting that triple bag bonus of $500. So a little over 1 million in chips there at your top chip stack with Michael Flowers. John, 880,000 in chips, and then Hope, 853, Randy, 712, and Martin Herrera rounding up your top 5 with 605,000. Again, your double baggers, Martin Herrera and Hope Bullard, and then, of course, Michael Flowers. But we've got 23 players so far now into day 2. 23 players have bagged and tagged. 38 total made the money. Of course, the baggers still haven't yet decided their fate on how much money, but 38 players have bagged a little bit of money back here in this tournament. We're just shy of 400 total entries, just under $20,000 in the prize pool, and there's still so much more to go. Plenty of flights left, plenty of time left, even in this one. If you're watching or listening anywhere near the Dallas-Fort Worth area, you've got an hour to get to Poker House Fort Worth or Poker House Peaks and get in on these this flight E. Like I said, once again, $50,000 guaranteed, and there's this flight plus the 3 tomorrow. Tomorrow's the moving day. We have a flight at noon, 6 p.m., and a turbo 10 p.m. flight. So lots of action still to be had. Plenty of chances, but you definitely don't want to wait. You want to get in your top 2 bags, move forward. So you've got this flight plus the 3 other flights to try to get you a bag, and maybe a second one to add to it to get to day 2. And if you're good enough, this one and 3 more, if you can get triple bags, get that $500 instant bonus there on day 2. So lots of action left here at Poker House Fort Worth and Poker House Peaks. Speaking of action here, we've got Philip in the big blind all in for 1,000. Sham going to make that call and the cutoff with the 10-9 suited. Philip didn't have much left, just putting it in at kind of blind here on the big blind. Nine 10 versus Queen 6. Queen 6 at risk all in. 8-8 King. Jack on the turn, needing to dodge a 9 10. 4 is not going to do it. So Philip going to double up there in the big blind. Still not much in the stack, but still in. That's what's important. Philip not even wanting to sit in his chair, wanting to just get it all in there so he can go up to the podium and re-enter the tournament. Still about 50 minutes left of registration. Dealer Paul handing out hand number 56. Quite chaotic here tonight. Keep having to go out onto the floor. I do apologize for the intermittent commentary here. Hopefully, things will relax long enough for us to all enjoy this game here. Over 50 players in this flight. You still got 45 minutes left. Lots of stuff going on out there on the floor. Looks like we have an all-in here and a side pot action possibly. I have to check the graphics on that on these chips here. Yeah, there it is. There's the all-in. Alejandro. This last 23, 24, 100 on a 10-8 king. Harvey here going to make this call with the nut flush draw. Boston's calling as well with the jack 7 of diamonds. So 2 players on a flush draw. A diamond would be disastrous. And there it is right off the rip. Boston, better be careful here. We'll see if they continue to bet. Boston does continue to bet. Harvey, see how Harvey reacts to this bet here. See if he raises Boston similar like he did to Robert earlier. No, he does not. So could send some red flags here for Boston, maybe, but a jack high flush is strong. Yeah, Harvey's going to tease this one along. Boston's going to call. Yeah, Boston bet a little bit. Harvey raised it up just a little bit, and Boston got out of there losing at the minimum. Tell you what, jack high flush versus an ace high flush, and they didn't do much there. So big break there for Boston. Alejandro eliminated, but will probably be back to fire again, as there's still plenty of time in registration to do so. I want to thank everyone for tuning into Poker House Fort Worth Live here on YouTube and Facebook. There's still quite a few people watching on Facebook and YouTube here. I can see the chats from both YouTube and Facebook. So let me know if you have any questions, any kind of comments, who you're here rooting on, where you're listening or watching from. It's always great to interact with the chat. Janice here going to be the first to act. Lets her hand go. Sham folding as well. As the graphics play catch up here. Give it just a moment. Ammo here going to raise it up to 3,000 with a mystery hand, and we'll never know as everyone else did fold. Ammo and Harvey both leading the table. Harvey with 120,000 in chips almost. Ammo just shy of 100 himself. Janice and Boston both in the 60,000s. Sham and Phillip 40 and 30 respectively. Alejandro, who just re-entered the tournament, back at the 30, and Dan, the one looking to double up or re-enter himself. He's got a little less than 10 to play. Ammo, middle position here, going to call 1,000 with the jack 10 offsuit. Harvey calls. Dan completes the small with the ace queen. Janice checking her option. We're going to go 4 ways to a flop. 7 queen tray. Rainbow flop here. Big flop for Dan. Let's see if he can find a way to get anyone to call anything here. See if he can get his money in good here. I believe he had the ace queen. Yes, he does. Harvey having a queen as well could be a customer. And Janice is the one going to bet this out. So this is a great spot for Dan. Spades do get there for Janice. Well, no, Dan didn't have ace queen because he folded. I don't think he had folded ace queen there. And so now Harvey's with the top pair queen. Janice picks up a flush draw to go with her pair of 7s, so she's not going to be able to go anywhere in this hand. She's reaching for chips as well. So Harvey, looking to dodge a spade, does so. And so Harvey here, if he doesn't fold, He's going to pick up another pot here and increasing his chip lead here at this feature table. We do have, I believe, 4 other outer tables going on right now, along with this feature stream table. So quite a few players here for this Flight E, and you can still join them. Plenty of time left in registration here for this Flight E. You just heard me share a little bit ago the leaderboard and the latest baggers from this afternoon who are coming back on this Sunday at 1 o'clock. And these players in this tournament are looking to either add to their stacks they've already got or join all of these baggers for day 2. Looks like we've got the mayor joining us in the 9 seat, putting us 9-handed here at this feature table. We balance this table right along with the other tables as well, keeping the tournament fair. No advantages here to being on the stream table. We keep it balanced along with the outer tables as well. As players get moved in and out, as you see Mayor there. Boston middle position, Jack 10 calling 1,000. Philip waking up with pocket aces. Looks like he threw in a red chip there to raise it up. 5,000 to play. Alejandro, pocket trays, wants to see if he can spike one on a flop here. Dan on the button, only little more than 5,000 left, lets his hand go. Janice folding as well. Sham pitching his cards into the muck. And so we're going to go 3 ways on a $18,000 pot here. Pretty good pot with a 5,000 raise pre. Aces versus Jack 10 versus trays. 9-5-3 bottom set for Alejandro. Going to crack these aces unless Philip can somehow find one of the last 2 aces in the deck. He's going to go on for 25,000, and Alejandro snap calls, and it goes fold, fold. And so Philip going to see the bad news here. Both of these players just rebought back in, so they're going to have pretty equal stacks. So I'm not sure which one is going to be at risk. But we'll let Dealer Paul figure that out as we're going to go to the rest of this run out here. Pocket aces versus trays. Ace on the turn brings the lead back to Philip. Alejandro got it in a mile ahead. Philip catching back up, so a complete flip. Philip was way ahead. Alejandro catching the 2-outer, and Philip turning around and catching his 2-outer. That's cruel poker there. Get greatly rewarded and then greatly taken away there. So Alejandro will probably head back to the podium as we still have about 40 minutes of registration in real time. And we'll see if he gets back into the tournament here, into this Flight E. Like I said, well over 50 entries right now. And so we're going to see exactly what happens with this field, how many people we're going to have in this field here. It could be a lot of chips in play, just like last night, some big bags being handed out last night. 2 schools of thought, essentially. The smaller the field, the easier it is to get a bag, but the larger the field, the more rewarding size the possible bag it could be. Completely up to you as a player, which you prefer. But there's only a few flights left tonight and tomorrow. Even though there's 3 flights tomorrow, you definitely want to give yourself as many opportunities as you can to get that bag. And the money is in the money regardless. Dan here in the cutoff going to call the 1,000. Ammo going to check his option. We're going to see a flop of 10-5, a tray, 2 diamonds. Open end for Ammo. Nothing going for Dan. We'll see if Ammo wants to bet out his draw here on this turn card, an ace. And scary card there to bet into Dan. Dan could bluff this here, but I don't know if Ammo's going to fold. Dan didn't have many chips left. I don't think Dan's going to be able to get away with the fold, even though he's currently ahead. Dan just need to dodge a 7, deuce, 6, or 4. Yeah, Dan did go all in here, so he's going to try to get ammo off this hand right now. And like I said, it may work. It's still 8,000, a little less than 10% of ammo's chips, but ammo is one of those guys that once he latches on, doesn't want to let it go. It's only 8,000, 8,100 to him. He's cutting out the chips. It's 50-50. There's not much in the pot, but he's going to go after it anyway. So Dan here looking to dodge a deuce, 7, 6, or 4. Anything else, Dan gets a full double up, a much needed double up. So no 7, no deuce, no 6, no 4. If you are a fan of Dan and if you're a fan of ammo, you need one of those cards to come. Ace on the river. It doesn't do anything there for ammo. So Dan going to get the full, much needed double up with the king high winner, giving him a little bit of breathing room as these blinds are slowly getting bigger, but still plenty of room to play. Putting him at about a 20,000 starting stack, which you can have more than that for just $75, $65 to play, and then you have a $10 instant bonus you can get to get that 30,000 in chip stack. So, like I said, it's good value, plenty of play time left here in this flight. We're off to hand number 81. We have been cooking, absolutely cooking here on this feature table. Lots of action, lots of hands getting put out. Mayer here looking at a jack 8 of clubs, reaching for some chips. Looks like he's going to be raising this one up in the middle position. 6,000 to play. Fold around the table. Gets through the small blind. Boston in the big blind waking up with pocket 10s. See if he wants to 3-bet this here. Looks like he had a blue chip in his hand. He is going to make this one a little more expensive there, putting Mayer probably to a test. If he threw a blue chip out there, that's going to put Mayer at a test for his stack. And he does, and Mayer's going to let it go. So nothing wrong with that play there. Boston definitely wanted to know if he wants to play for stacks, and Mayer said, no, I like my hand that much, but not enough to put my tournament life on the line. So good bet there by Boston. Saying let's play for it all or go to the next one. Harvey is still your current table chip leader, 125,000 in chips. Ammo sitting at 85 in second, so a pretty big gap there between first and second as Harvey's caught some monster hands. Dan's still your short stack at 19, just under 20,000. It looks like we got Alejandro back. Can't keep a good guy down. Got extremely lucky in his last hand, and then extremely unlucky. That's how poker goes. Harvey here, middle position, can look down at King and Jack and make the call for 1,000. And Mayer just said, okay. He was him and Boston are getting a little bit friendly here. Mayer taunting Boston to come along and call us all in for 24,000. And Janice waking up with King Queen suited in the hijack. She's going to make the call. She wants to get in the middle of the jawing match, thinking that Mayer could have a little bit of anything here with them playing around, having a good time here. Boston having pocket deuces, telling Mayer he's folding a pair. And Harvey here, who limped in with the King Jack, probably going to let this go. But unfortunately for both of these players, that's one of their outs, respectively. Janice, Queen, King of Spades against the all-in at-risk hand of Mayer, pocket jacks. Only 2 kings left in the deck, but there's a lot of spades and a lot of queens. So Mayer looking to do some dodging here as 949 on the flop. Queen on the turn. Daggers the jacks. And so Mayer going to be heading back to the rebuy podium. Re-entry podium. And we'll see if he makes his way back to the feature table. Again, it's a re-entry tournament, so you could be seated anywhere, but for the sake of balance, if it keeps the field balanced, he'll come back to the same table. For those just tuning in, my name is Reese. I'm here at Poker House Fort Worth, streaming this feature table and Flight E here at Poker House Fort Worth on YouTube and Facebook. We've enjoyed bringing you some of the flights here on this tournament, this $50,000 guaranteed tournament, Summer Jam 2. It's going to be all coming to a close in just a couple days. You only have one more day after today to get into this thing. If you're watching or listening at nearby Poker House Fort Worth or Poker House Peaks, you've got about 30 minutes to make it to the club and get in. It's only a $65 entry. You can get a $10 instant bonus for 10,000 in chips, where most everybody does, getting that value to get that 30,000 starting stack for only $75, and possible bag into a 50,000 guaranteed tournament. So great value tournament. And you've got about 30 minutes to get to each club if you're watching or listening nearby. Mayer on his brand new stack and raises up to 4,000 with the 8-6, looking to mix it up and get those chips back. Alejandro looking at the ace-8 suited. Getting some change as he wants to see a flop here with the ace-8 of diamonds. Harvey, king 10. He's under the gun. He's going to call. Ammo made the call as well. So we're going to go 4 ways to a flop on a $17,000 pot. Good size pot here. Dealer Tina putting out 676. That's going to be gin for Mayer. And he looks splashy. That's the beautiful part for him right now. It looks like he's steaming, splashing, just bought in, but just busted, immediately rebought, gets it all in the very next hand, and no one wants to believe him that he just flopped trips. Ammo is sitting here thinking about it. 26,000 out of his stack's a pretty good chunk, and he's thinking that his ace high might be good here. But Ammo needs to remember he's got people behind him, and he's only got ace high. And he does lay it down. Good lay down there, even though he didn't want to by Ammo. And Harvey and Alejandro are not going to be able to compete here. So Mayer's showing. Don't know if he showed the 8 or the 6. Couldn't quite catch that there on camera. But either one he shows, show the straight draw. Or if he showed the 6 to be nice, let everyone know that I had a 3 of a kind. So it took on the appearance of steaming, but in fact had a monster. So everybody probably who thought about it, breathing a sigh of relief they didn't go with it. This time Mayer's going to fold under the gun here, folding around as well to Janice 10-8 offsuit. Thinking about it, looks like she's reaching for some chips. 1,200 to play in this 600 to 1,200, 1,200 blind level. She does make the call. Ammo ace-6 offsuit wants to see a flop. Philip queen 9 on the button. Does he want to play his button position? No, he decides to let it go. Alejandro waking up in the small blind, discounted rate to see a flop with king jack offsuit. Does make the call as well. And Harvey checking his option with the ace-8 offsuit in the lead on this hand. Of course, there's another ace out into the field there in Ammo. Flop of deuce 6-10, 2 diamonds. No diamonds for any player. Ammo having the only ace of diamonds dry in his hand. And Harvey's going to bet this here. I love it. And Janice is going to come along with her top pair. This is twice Harvey has put the pedal to the metal and taking control of the hand with either just a draw or not much. Deuce on the turn doesn't change anything. Janice now has top pair with some deuces to go with it. Harvey's going to check it over to her, and she's going to be reaching for chips immediately. 14,000 in the pot. Looks like she's betting 4 of it. 4,000 into the pot. I don't see Harvey being able to come along here, but he may be posturing a bit. Ace 8 offsuit. Oh, he's going to raise her back. What a play, Harvey. This man is just full of unexpected surprises. Fantastic poker play. This is 2 blender plays that he's done. Janice has just enough of it here to maybe come along, but it's 10,000 more to her. She's going to make the call, and I hope that doesn't slow Harvey down. Made a fantastic play here. I hope he can find one more bullet here on this chamber and see if he can get her off that 10. But if he checks it down here, I think that's okay too. He took a stab at it. Yeah, he did check it down. Janice never going to bet here. Going to show the 10. So a good bet there by Harvey. Just wasn't quite enough to get Miss Janice off of that top pair. Once this lady decides, she is decided. And it would have taken a lot to try to get her off that top pair of 10s. But still a great play by Harvey. I love the play. I love the effort. Sham here in middle position, going to wake up with pocket queens, going to just limp in here. Interesting play. I like it. Can limp raise here. Alejandro on the button, ace at 5 suited. Looks like he's going to raise this up to 3,000. That's going to set up perfectly here for Sham. Mayor going to call with the pocket 6s. Now let's see how big Sham makes it here. He's got 41 in his tag. The squeeze is coming. Let's see how much. 17,000. Big there for Sham. Able to limp raise the pocket queens. Really put Alejandro and Mayor in the blender. Alejandro's a really pretty hand here on the bet button, but it's going to be for the rest of his stack pretty much. He's only got 20 behind. Does he want to put his tournament life on ace 5 of clubs? Eyeing his chip stack. And he's also got Mayor behind him. He does make the fold, and I don't think Mayor's going to gamble here with pocket 6s. That's also great bet there by Sham. Limping in order for someone else to take aggression, where he springs the trap and then takes down an additional 6,000 there for limping in and getting more money in the pot that way. Over 50 players in this Flight E. Hopefully we will get quite a few more as we have some registration left over. Hopefully one of those entries is you listening and you're on the way. Alejandro's turn now here in the cutoff, looking down at pocket queens. He's going to make it 5,000 straight after a call from Ammo and Boston. Mayor looking down at King 10 of diamonds, really pretty hand, 2,400 to play. As he just gets a discount in the small blind. Dan in the big blind going to let his hand go. Back over to Ammo, who's going to see a flop with pocket trades every time. And Boston hung in there. Pot odds, King Queen offsuit. Alejandro way in lead, 2 kings out in the field, only 2 kings left in the deck to dodge. There's a top set queens for Alejandro. Anybody else catch anything? Mayor, middle pair 10s. And Boston going to be the one to bet this out because he's got the queen king. So the case queen here going to cost Boston. Alejandro only calling the 6, trying to see if he can get anybody else along, but he's not going to do so. So this is going to be the end of this one here because Alejandro is, that's going to be an open-ended, so he's got a sweat. Always a sweat. Boston putting Alejandro all in. Alejandro, if he's got the straight, he's got it. He's going to make that call. And Boston going to see that he needs the ace or a 9 to steal this one away from Alejandro. But he is alive, which is pretty rare with these holdings. Oh, and he hits the ace. Alejandro, buddy, taking some beats so far. Him and Robert, this has not been a good stream for these guys. I hope they watch this back. The pain has lessened by then because holy Toledo, tough beat there by Alejandro. Queens versus King Queen, and a top pair Queen flop. Runner straight with the King. Tough there for Alejandro. We have all been there. What a hand. Sham here going to be in with a gun on hand number 67. We move right along. Folding over to ammo middle position, going to make the call with the ace 6 offsuit. Philip King Queen offsuit going to make the call as well. Harvey suited ace 7 of diamonds making the call. Can the mayor squeeze on the button here? He's got pocket 9s. Mayor, you got to squeeze here. There you go. Stacking his chips up, putting them across the line. Big squeeze play, all in. That's the best one. Dan letting his small blind go ace 4 suited. Janice with the 6-5 offsuit. Eyeballing those chips, but I don't think there's going to be much she can do about it. She makes the fold. Ammo, ace 6 offsuit, can't make that much of a call with the ace 6, even if you think Mayor is making a move, not much you can do about it. Could see Philip gamble here. No, he lets it go. And Harvey folds as well. Mayor showing that, yes, I was squeezing, but I was winning. And he did have the best hand, betting it all in with the best hand. It's all you can do in this game of poker. And it's going to bring Mayor up over the starting stack amount, 43,000. Janice and Harvey in Boston, all around 100,000, 90 to 100,000 for the leaders here at this table. Ammo now under the gun, going to raise this one up with the Queen 10 offsuit. Queen 10 suited for Boston makes the call as well. Harvey goes around, folds. Mayor looking at Jack 9 offsuit after picking up all those extra chips on the squeeze play. Pushing those chips back like he wants to make a call. It's only 1,200 to him. See if he can get away with limping. Well, it looks like he's raising this one up. Yeah, it's a min raise to 28.4. Dan letting his hand go. Janice in the small letting hers go as well. Sham not putting in the extra 1,200 very intelligently with a bad hand. But Emo and Boston going to come along here more than likely. Yeah, they are. So we're going with 3 ways to a flop. 2 Queen 10s versus a Jack 9. It'd be hard for Mayor to make a straight with all those outs gone. But he's going to make top pair 9-6 tray, which is going to be really good here right now. Emo and Boston needing a lot of help to play catch up here. In fact, I doubt either one of them even tries. Mayor here is stacking up his chips meticulously, putting them across the line, all in for a lot. Mayor deciding to show his hand. Little did he know he was miles ahead in that hand. Both players holding at Queen 10, unable to improve very easily on that 9 high flop. Some runner opportunities, and that is about it. Dealer Tina putting out here at hand at number 69. Janice and Harvey still your chip leaders, around 100,000 chip mark. Players fold around to Mayer, looking at a jack deuce in the hijack. Lets that one go, folds to the button. Janice, ace 8 suited. She's going to put in a raise to 4,000. Sham going to let his holdings go. And it goes a fold, fold, and the blinds here. And Janice is going to pick up those blinds. A little free orbit there. Nothing wrong with that in a tournament poker. Always want to take a moment to thank everyone for tuning into Poker House Fort Worth Live here on YouTube and Facebook. Hopefully you are in the parking lot or close to it. About 15 minutes left to get into this tournament. A little over 70 entries into this tournament. Pretty big field. Not quite as big as last night, but still pretty good. Harvey here in the middle position picks up ace king, raising it up. And then Boston right behind him in the big blind picks up pocket kings and 3-bet to 15,000. Harvey going to make the call, and we're going to have two pretty decent stacks here battling out with ace king and pocket kings. Deuce, 8, 10, 2 diamonds on this board. And Boston, sneaky check. And Harvey checking behind here. So both players laying in the weeds. Boston checks again, wanting Harvey to put some more money out there. Harvey's not going to do it. So he checks to a river, 6 of diamonds, and it goes check, check. So pocket kings there for Boston. Boston just trying to see what Harvey would do, if anything, here. Harvey has shown the ability to try to bet into a pot, take it down, but never could quite catch anything to improve, and mainly because Boston had all the outs. It's going to put Boston right on Janice's heels for the chip lead of the table here. 108 versus 103,000. Second place solid back at 82, so 28,000 chip stack difference between the top two chip leaders in third place. Dan finally waking up with a hand in the middle position here. Going to call 1,200 with the ace-9 offsuit. Sham right behind him in the cutoff. Jack-10 offsuit. Cutting out a raise here. Looks like he's going to make it up to just a min raise to 24. Ammo not having anything. Philip, Boston all folding. Well, Philip hasn't folded yet. He's in the big blind. It's only 1,200 more for him to call. See a flop pretty cheaply here. Already having 1,200 out there in the big blind. Does make the call. Dan going to make the call as well. Jack, King, 7 on this board here. No help to anyone. Pair of jacks, middle pair for Sham. It checks around. Ace on the turn, going to give Dan the lead. Philip with now with a gut shot. Sham with a gut shot of his own. Sham's cutting out some chips here, betting 3,000. I don't think Dan's going to be able to fold. No, he doesn't. He does come along. And we're going to go heads up to river. Another ace. So no help here for Sham. And it's going to go check, check, as Dan was hoping he would bet one more time, but did not. So Dan, very patiently, has survived an all-in, played the short stack for a good portion of the last hour or so, and now sitting a little over 25,000 in chips. A little bit of a breathing room, just under a starting stack position. 74 entries. Got a lot of people last minute probably going to enter here. Love to see this flight hit 80. Mayer here under the gun looking at a Queen 10 offsuit. Reaching for some chips. Going to raise it up here. Over 50 players at Poker House Peaks. Almost 80 here at Poker House Fort Worth. Good turnout for this flight. Harvey here in the big blind. Only a min raise to him, but he's not going to fall for it here. He's going to let that go. Save that 1,600. And Mayer's going to take down those blinds and buy himself an orbit. Again, the stream is on a 15-minute delay, just as all streams are. So I'm looking at the clock in real time. Players are about to go on break here in about 2 minutes in real time, and you can only register it through the break. So I hope you are close here to Poker House Fort Worth or Poker House Peaks to be able to sneak in here at the last minute on this Flight E and get yourself a shot at this $50,000 guaranteed tournament for only $65. You can pay the $10 extra instant bonus and get an additional $10,000 in chips for a $30,000 starting stack for only $75. No add-ons. That's the cost of it. Can't spend any more unless you bust out and re-enter. Janet's middle position can raise this up to 32 with a king, a jack offsuit. No one coming along. Folds over to Mayer. Ace tray offsuit, cutting out some calling chips as he's already halfway there in the big blind. So we're going to go heads up. Ace tray versus king jack. Tina bringing us to a flop. Looks like Ammo has a hand too. So maybe some graphics catch-ups we need to have here. As they try to fix up the cards here. Ammo's in this with an ace 6. Nine on the turn, still no help to anyone. Ace high of Ammo still best. And the 6 is still going to play. Pair of 5s, ace, 9, 8, 6. Oh, no, it's going to be a chop. I'm sorry. There are 2 5s out there. So Mayer and Ammo will chop this one up unless he finds a fold here. Tough to call down with ace high. Yeah, he does lay it down. Like I said, tough to call there with just ace high. So Mayer firing out a bullet, buying at that pot, has built himself up to a double stack. Cut his chips back. They lost in that first buy-in. Open end here for Dan. He does get there with the 10. Mayer checked it one too many times. Dan here going to bet this out, and Mayer really can't call him when that king hits the river. You can have a 10 or a king in this position since they did just check down the action. Yeah, Mayer's going to let that go. Really wants to see it. I think Dan shows the 10 there. So Dan chipping up once again. And I'm going to step out on the floor real quick to assist end this break. We'll keep this rolling here. Players will be going on break here on the stream here shortly. But since we are a 15-minute delay, I've got to help out and out on the floor real quickly. So hang out here and continue to enjoy this Flight E and see who can get what's going to be a pretty big bag, pretty big flight. Over 75 players in this tournament. So stay tuned. We're going to leave the table running. I'm going to go assist with the break, and I will be right back.
Seamus, have you busted seat 7? You weren't here. Oh, you did? Okay. Okay. No, when I looked over there, you weren't there. Call. Call. Yeah. 5 players.
He's gonna call. He's like, oh, yeah, he's gonna call me. That's about it.
Yeah, I think this is the last hand.
I think so too.
Calling him up.
You were thinking you were flying?
Got myself a what? Where are we going?
Yeah, what's going on here?
Hold my chin.
You don't like that.
Big is your pair. Big is your pair.
I have ace king.
Oh, God.
You got ace king?
No.
Ace queen?
No. Lower. Lower. Little pair.
Oh, do you?
You got a
Dude,
You're ahead.
No, here, flip, flip, flip.
No, you're ahead right now.
He said the ace is coming on the top.
Yeah.
Anybody
I
fold
don't like
next?
going against ace king. Help.
No, you're supposed to say hold.
Yeah, yeah, hold. Hold, that's right.
Did you call there?
Hmm?
Did you call there?
For a three-entry tournament? You gotta go. Hold.
Ace king.
What did I get?
I got 6,500 in B1 Wonders.
Well, he's still not shit.
I got 7 hands.
65.5. You're 2 and 2.
How much you had, John?
65.5. Like that last night.
He counted him, I don't know. He asked him, I think I have him on.
Check this.
Okay. Who's all in?
That's up.
Me and you.
You, okay? I'll check. How much you have on?
And I was thinking I probably should show that. Janice would have called, just because it's only 4,000 more. Got my first double up. Because I thought, I'll find a better spot. Small like that. One, two. Like that. All you can eat. Get it all, fellas. The buffet just sitting out there waiting on y'all. 6,500. Oh, 6,500. 75, I'm sorry.
Oh, goodness, which is it?
We're good. We're good. We're good.
Oh, what is it? 65, 65, what is it? No, not real good.
Get the color out of that thing.
I'm not a fan.
I'm not either, but I like this. I like that.
I have this is the retarded ace. It tries to be a spade, but it just can't get there. Oh, that was politically correct, wasn't it? Sorry, guys. It was a mentally challenged ace.
Slowly.
Uh-oh. Y'all now gave me 12-5. Slowly but surely, creeping it back up.
We gotta wait for a better spot. Yeah. You'd have called out of play.
And we are back here in the booth. Player break is over with. It is no longer re-entry time. It is a do or die to try to get that bag here in this flight E. We had 77 total entries into this flight. 9 players will be in the money. 7th, 8th, and 9th will be getting the min cash. And then 1st through 6th will bag and tag and go on to day 2. So we are looking for 6 places tonight to join the existing baggers. And then 7th, 8th, and 9th place will be getting their money back on the flight, plus some on this $65 buy-in. So who will get in that top 6 to carry on to day 2? Philip here on the gun looking at Jack 9 suited. Blinds are 1,000, 2,000, 2,000. He's going to call the 2,000 here. Janice going to come along in the cutoff with Ace 4 suited. Sham letting his button go. Ammo going to call in the small blind. Jack 8. Boston looking down at King 7 suited, and he's going to check his option. We're going to go 4 ways to the flop. Ace, King 8. Janice. Boston going to bet out his middle king, and Janice going to come along. Ammo going to come along as well with the bottom pair 8. So each player having a piece of this flop. 4 on the turn and no help to anyone. No, I'm sorry, aces and 4s for Janice. I thought she had a different. I was looking at the 7. So Janice here definitely going to be betting this one out. A big bet too at 12,000 into the 16. That's going to get Ammo out of the way, and Boston going to fold as well. So Janice building up her chip stack there. Good turn card for her. Shows the 4 for fun. There are 8 people at this table. We still have 4 tables left in action. This is the feature table. We treat it just like any other tournament table, so you're going to have people coming and going for balance on this table. Once again, thank everyone for tuning in to Poker House Fort Worth Live on YouTube and Facebook to watch this Flight E. Whether you're watching it live or playing it back later. I've had a lot of people talking about playing it back later to check out and see their friends or how they did. Dan here in middle position going to go ahead and raise this one up all in with the queen at 9 offsuit. Sham letting his suited ace go. Ammo looking at ace 7 of hearts. Really thinking about this one. 17,000. He's going to make that call. He's got 63 in the stack. Not an insignificant amount to him, but thinks that Dan's range could be wide here possibly. Philip in the big blind. Ace 4 offsuit. About a quarter of his stack to make this call, or about a third of his stack to make this call. But he is in the big blind. Already has 4,000 in there. Counting out his chips to see what he would have left. It's hard to call after Ammo's already called. It shows the hand and folds. So a couple aces into the muck. So Ammo here going to need to basically just be the one dodging. Dan looking for a queen or a 9 to continue on in this flight E. Otherwise, he's coming back tomorrow for the 3 flights tomorrow. And a flop of 7, queen, 10. Dan has taken the lead. Need a 7 or an ace for Ammo to eliminate Dan, or Dan's still going to continue on here. 5 on the river, no help. So Dan, a huge double up, and him and Ammo are going to basically be even now after that competition there. Ace 7 versus a queen 9, hitting a queen. Mayer, the only short stack really at the table. Everybody else well over a starting stack now that Dan has doubled up. Janice, your table chip leader, 127,000. Boston right behind her with 117. Sham over the 6-figure mark, 102,000. So 3 pretty comfortable stacks. Harvey, not so bad, 80,000. Philip, Ammo, Dan, all around the 40K mark. And then Mayer looking for a hand here under the gun. Doesn't happen. Dan, if these new fresh tips, is going to call with queen 10 suited. Folds around to Ammo, ace, deuce, and the cutoff going to make the call. Philip in the small blind, 1,000 more to complete. Jack 8 suited, and Harvey going to check his option. We're going to go 4 ways to a flop. King, king, deuce. Rainbow flop. Harvey flopping trip kings. Smoothly checks here on this flop. And that's going to get Ammo to put in the rest of his chip stacks, and Harvey's going to have to snap call this. Ammo thinking to make a move here with the pair of deuces. Unfortunately, Harvey slow playing the trip kings. Ammo already getting up out of his chair, seeing the bad news. So Ammo tried to make a move there after the misstep there with Dan. Couple runner outs here for Ammo. Needing an ace or a deuce here on this turn, or it is over. 7 on the turn, not going to help, and so Harvey is going to eliminate Ammo as Ammo tried to spin it up, as you should in any tournament. And he'll be joining us back tomorrow for the last 3 flights, I'm sure. Ammo, a very dangerous poker player with Ammo, but unfortunately it just didn't have any left and had to make a move. And Harvey had flopped best already. So now Mayer here in the big blind with about a quarter of a stack in the big blind and the ante. So he'll be looking for a hand here to get it all in with. Mayer being sure to let the table know that he doesn't have much behind, so if it's going to cost you more than just 2, probably. Dan here under the gun, first one to act, looking at pocket sixes. He says, I'm not afraid. I'm going to go all in. 38K in the middle. Janice folds. Sham making the lay down. Boston going away. Philip sitting here with ace king. Wakes up with ace king. 45,000 for him. Needing to make a move as well. Can't really find a better spot to put your money in here to either, like I said, build it up or let it go. But Dan's been pretty quiet. So Philip knows here that Dan's got a pocket pair for sure. But he just has to go ahead and flip for his tournament stake, even though he does have Dan out chipped here. So if Mayer gets out of the way, Philip may have still have chips left if he loses this coin flip. Ace king versus pocket sixes. And I believe Philip's going to be, I'm sorry, Dan's going to be the one at risk here, possibly. But yeah, Carlos throws back some chips there. So Philip and Dan at risk. Philip will be left with crumbs if he happens to lose this flip. Dan looking to dodge an ace or a king. And right in the window, ace. Running diamonds, nope, just 6 and only a 6. 6 and only a 6 for Dan to stay alive here. And it hits the river. Big due celebration there for Dan. Tough beat there for Mr. Phillip. And now Philip, not eliminated, still has chips here. Chip in a chair always has a chance. Him and Mayer both looking to find a hand to get it all in with. And Dan, his patience has paid off, had the short stack for pretty much the entirety of the first part of the tournament before the break. Now has 81,000, probably the high point for him of this tournament. Janice here under the gun, queen 10 offsuit. Gonna let that one go. Sham folds. Boston ace 6 of diamonds, middle position, goes ahead and makes the call. Walker didn't want to put his money all in with that hand, lets it go. Harvey on the button, folds. Mayer folds. So Dan calls the 7,000. Boston raised it up, actually. So Dan put these new chips to work immediately. Queen 10-8. Gut shots for Dan. Boston just ace high. Diamond stay. There's an ace there, so both these players are going to put some money in the pot now. Dan going to be the one to bet this now. That's a kind of red flag there for Boston. He spiked an ace, but Dan doesn't bet lightly. But he does make the call. Needing a 6 on this river here. It's another ace. That's going to cost him even more money. Dan going to bet out here. And Boston, hopefully he just flats this here, which he does, instead of raising that up. So Boston losing the absolute minimum there on the runner ace. The last two aces in the deck. Definitely costing Boston some money there. And Dan finds himself over the 6-figure mark out of nowhere. From a chip in a chair and a prayer to over 6 figures really that quick. It can happen in tournament play. While Mayer and Philip are being patient, looking for a hand to try to do the same. We have 7 players here at this feature table. We have outer tables going on as well for this tournament. We keep this table balanced just like the others. Sham under the gun lets his 7-5 go. Folds all the way around to Harvey, and the cutoff lets his hand go. Mayer on the button. Does he pick up something to go all in with? He does. Ace-8 offsuit. Good enough to put in his last 7.5K. Dan not waking up with anything. Janice, 9-3 offsuit. Can't make the play. And so Mayer is going to win the blinds and the antes. Purchases himself an orbit. Quite a few people here tuned in for this Flight E. We had 77 entries into this flight. It's a great flight. We also had 60-something entries for the noon. Had a big noon flight as well. Happy to bring you here these flights on Poker House Forward live here on Facebook and YouTube, and happy to have you watching it. It definitely encourages us to do more content. I've got some more stuff on the way, some improvements here to the stream. Going to get some other commentary in here besides myself. Philip here finds ace-6 of diamonds good enough to put in his last 7,500. Folds all the way around to Janice. Will Sham wake up with anything to combat it with in the big blind? It's 5,500 and he's got 100K. Not enough to give him free chips. So Philip and May are both buying themselves some blinds and antes. The blinds are going up pretty soon, as tournaments are wont to do. A quick dealer change here. It's like Jenny in the box. Bonds are still 1,000, 2,000 with a 2,000 ante. Mayer and Phillip both with about 12,000 in chips, looking to find a spot to get a double up. Boston is the next lowest stack, but he's got almost 6 figures. So each one of these players at the table here are fairly healthy. Mayer looking at a pocket 9 is good enough for him, grabbing the rest of his stack. And puts it all across the line. Dan told him ace-deuce suited. Janice on the button with 8-6 offsuit. Probably can't quite make this call, but she's getting a count. She wants to see how much it is, but she does let it go. Sham here, ace-7 offsuit in the small blind. Doesn't want to gamble, lets that one go. So now it's all up to Boston. He's going to let that go. So Mayer picks up another set of blinds and antes. Again, when you only have a 12,000 total, a pickup of 5,000 there is still really good, especially when it's uncontested. No sweating involved. You hear the tournament clock there in the background. These blinds are about to go up to 1,500, 3,000 with the 3,000 ante next hand. Going to put more pressure there on the short stacks. Harvey here under the gun with pocket jacks. And very slightly just limps in. And that's going to get Mayer to go all in. Ace 10 offsuit. No, Mayer not taking the bait. Just going to call the 2001 to see a flop with the ace 10. Folds around to Boston. Doesn't have anything. Philip going to check his option. Now Boston called with a 7 deuce. So we're going to see 4 ways to a flop here. Harvey's hand very underup to the pocket jacks. The queen does hit the flop though. Could make him slow down just a little. Checked all the way around to a 6 on the turn. Pocket jacks is still ahead here in this hand. And there goes the rest of Mayer's chips. 3 diamonds on the board. He has the ace of diamonds in his hand. I don't think Harvey's going to be able to fold this here. He does have the jack of diamonds as backup. So, yeah, Mayer going to be the one at risk here. Needing an ace or a diamond on this river does not help, and we will lose Mayer here as Harvey is severely underrepped with those pocket jacks. And Mayer never going to be able to get that through, not knowing where Harvey is at on that one. But got it in ace high with the diamond draw. Was not dead, had plenty of outs. And that's all you can try to do here in tournament poker. And then there were 6 at the feature table. And once we break an outer table and go down to 3 tables, we'll fill this one back up. Dan under the gun here, 8-6 offsuit. Lets his hand go. Janice folding as well. Sham, king 9 offsuit in the cutoff. Cutting out some chips here. Going to raise that one up. 7,000 to play. Philip 7-6 offsuit in the small blind, looking for a hand to go all in with, but I don't think this one's it. It's only got 7,000 behind, but can maybe find a better spot than that in the next couple hands. Well, he's in the small blind now, so he's going to have some free hands to look at for a while, being the button next. I think he just needs to fold this one and see what happens, and that's exactly what he does. Harvey 10-5 suited in the big blind. 4,000 for him to play. Lets it go, and Sham, taking advantage of positioning there where the blinds are, does pick up those blinds and antes. So this flight is can no longer register for this flight. This one's over. This is it. Whoever's left is left. These guys are rushing for a bag and tag, but you still have tomorrow. Tomorrow, August 24th, your last day to try to get into that $50,000 day 2 tournament. It's only a $65 entry tomorrow. $65 at noon, 6 p.m., and then a turbo flight at 10 p.m. Janice here under the gun with the pocket 9 is just going to limit him for 38,000. Maybe try to bring some other ones along. Harvey completes the small with the queen 3. Dan checking his option on the queen at 10. So the two queens taken out of the deck there for Janice, less to dodge. Unfortunately, the queen at 10, it does hit the 10, taking the lead on Janice's 9s. We'll see if Dan's going to go ahead and announce himself here on the 10-7 deuce. Does Janice want to believe his story? He bet 12,000, bet a lot. He bet a pot-sized bet here. So tough one there for Janice. And she does lay it down, so good fold there by Janice. It was just a little too much to come along there as Dan playing on a little of aggression there. Not only coming out with the betting lead, but making it significant enough to price out any of the drawings. Got some balancing going on here at the feature table. Folds around to Wayne, new to the table here in the middle position, picks up king, queen suited, going to call the 3,000. Philip, finally a good place to put in his chips here, 7,000 all in, king, jack. Unfortunately for him, Wayne's probably going to make this call. Dan's going to make this call as well, pocket fours. Philip here going to be needing a lot of help going up against Wayne's king, queen suited. So Philip all in and at risk with king, jack, going up against king, queen, and pocket fours, needing a lot of jacks or some straight cards. 9, 10, 6, life for Philip, looking for a queen. And there's the queen, going to give him the nut straight there. So huge there for Philip is all in. Wayne turning top pair, and he's going to bet it into Dan, or Dan's going to let that one go. And Philip going to turn his hand over and see how lucky he got. There wasn't that many queens left in the deck, but he ends up spiking one of them for the straight. So big triple up there for Philip. Lucky triple up. He'll take it. Still a short stack at the table, but definitely worth it now. Good double or triple up puts him right back into the mix. Philip here in the hijack going to call 3,000 of these newfound chips with king 10. Harvey making the calls well in the cutoff pocket sevens. Janice pocket queen's going to raise this one a big 21,000. Sham lets his hand go. Philip's going to let the hand go, and Harvey going to lay down pocket sevens. So Janice there showing some muscle, and everyone running for the hills as she is the chip stack at the table, the biggest chip stack at the table. Oh no, I'm sorry. Harvey does have a little bit more. Harvey's got 140 and Janice has 125. Dan is still in the six figures after the spree of double ups there. Sham just under 1,000. Boston just under 1,000. Wayne 37 and Philip at 24. Philip with the king at 10 in the middle position here, reaching for some chips, going to make the 3,000 call. Trying to see a flop here. Harvey going to do the same thing. And the hijack going to see the flop for 3,000, hopefully. Janice on the button going to defend her position. Sham coming along too much in the pot to fold now. And Wayne checking his option with the 6 deuce offsuit. So 5 players to this pot. 3, 5, 9. Gut shot there for Wayne. Janice, top pair, may bet this one out on the button. She gets the last act, and she's going to see it check around. Might bet about 7,000, 8,000 here, maybe larger. 12,000 looks like what she's going to bet here, and it's definitely going to get through. And that it does, and Janice is still stacking chips, creeping up on that chip lead there. Neck and neck with Harvey at 140,000 apiece. Dan just over 100,000 himself. Sham just under 100,000. Boston at 90. And then Wayne and Philip, 31 and 21 respectively, need to find a place to double up. Harvey middle position with queen, jack of diamonds, going to make that call. Janice, bigger diamonds, ace tray in the cutoff, calling the chips. Sham on the button, ace 7 of clubs. Good, just smooth call here, but it looks like he's grabbing some raising chips. Yes, he is. He's going to make it 12-5, it looks like. 13. Wayne on the small blind, letting his hand go. No, Rasham raised it up. Yeah, 12-5. Yeah, that's right. Harvey's going to make the call. Janice with the ace tray. Jack 6 on this flop. Harvey flopping the absolute stones. Playing it slow just like he did the tripped kings. Will Sham fall for it here? He's counting out some chips. He is going to go ahead and bet 8,000, it looks like. That is 8,000 he'll never see again this hand. And there's Harvey going to announce himself immediately, raising enough to put Sham close to all in, probably. Janice gets out of the way, and so does Sham. So Harvey slow playing. There's setting a trap and then executing the trap, letting Sham put in a few more thousand chips into this pot. Quite a few people still on YouTube and Facebook watching the live stream of this Flight E. Let me know where you're watching from. Type it in the chat. I can see both of them, Facebook and YouTube. Let me know what you're tuned in for, who you're watching, who you're rooting on. Got a friend here at the feature table, friend in the field, wanting just to see what's going on here on this flight. Well, I can tell you, over 77 people here, and we're looking for 6. That's it, 6 players. 7th, 8th, and 9th all get $100 min cash, but we're looking for 1st through 6th to bag and tag their chips to come back on Sunday. Boston, the small blind calling with the 10-8. Philip going to go ahead and put in the rest of his stack, 18,000 more with the ace-4 offsuit. Boston not going to make that call. Seven-handed at this feature table. We'll be going, bringing it back to 9 as soon as we break down an outer table. 1 or 2 more get eliminated. Still 7 players here at this feature table. Will fill it up back to 9 as soon as we break one of the outer tables. Some of these chip stacks here needing to get a quick double up. Looks like we're getting a player there in the 9 seat. Dan in the hijack, ace at 9 suited. Looks like he's going to call it 3,000. Janice liking her hand to come along as well. Ace deuce suited. Sham has just not caught any real cards here lately. Boston checking his option with the king 4 suited. Jack deuce 4, 1 diamond. Middle pair there, 4s for Boston. Dan not catching much. Runner, but still going to come on for 3,000. Janice with bottom pair. She wants to see this as well. So we're going to keep all 3 players here for this flop. We're good to see a turn. 9 on the turn is going to take the lead there for Dan. And he's going to bet it out. No player here afraid of a jack anywhere. That's 5,000. Janice going to let her bottom pair go. And Boston's going to let his go as well. So great play there by Dan. Floating with the ace 9, picking up 9 on the turn, just has to bet it out and see what happens. And that's what's going to happen. They're going to fold, sir. Harvey is still your chip leader. 180,000. Janice behind him with 123. Dan creeping up on Janice with 108. We've got Matt joining us in seat 9. We'll get his chip stack soon. And Roy, looks like we just broke down a table and filled up here. So that means we're going to have probably 27 in the field left. Only 9 are going to make any money. 7th, 8th, and 9th will be getting $100 cash tonight. 1st through 6th are going to bag and tag and go after even more money on day 2. Wayne going to play a jack 8 of spades here on the button. Boston calling the small blind 7-4. And Philip looking up with pocket kings, all in for 27,000. It's going to be a tough call here for Wayne. It'll be for most of his stack, as he just likes the suited connectors. Suited couple gappers there. What do you want to call them? The jack 8 suited. He's going to lay it down, and Boston's not going to come along either, probably with a 7-4. So Philip, well, Boston hasn't folded yet. Boston's only got 70K. Yeah, there it goes. Okay. He was just checking. Philip there showing the kings, letting everybody know they made the right move. So he's going to not only get his big blind and ante back, but he's going to pick up a little bit of money there, courtesy of the button and the completion from the small at that. So Roy and Matt joining the table. Matt's got 146,000. That's going to jump him all the way up to second chips at the table. So Matt been doing some work out on the outer tables there. Roy, the short stack right there with Philip. Matt is our, if you remember a few months ago, the Road to Vegas winner. Got a ticket to the main event at the World Series of Poker this last summer, courtesy of Poker House of Fort Worth. Good guy and friend of the room, good poker player. No surprise to see him with some chips there. Roy getting his chip stack verified here at the feature table. As you see or hear dealer Paul there letting the table know the blinds are up to 2,000, 4,000, 4,000. So Roy coming in to the big blind here. Harvey under the gun being the first person to act. 6-4 of diamonds. Good cash game hand, but I don't think he's going to be able to do much here in the tournament with it. Does let that one go under the gun. Matt folding as well. Dan goes away. Janice King Jack in the middle position raises or just calls the 4,000. Thought she grabbed raising just, but she just called. Boston on the button going to call as well. Philip 9-10 suited. He's halfway there in the small blind. Completes with the big. Roy going to check his option there at Queen 7. So 4 ways to a pretty decent pot, $20,000. 10-7 tray. Could be trouble here for Philip, as Boston here has a 10 as well. Both players with top pair. Philip needing a 9 or some running straight or diamond cards could spell trouble. Yeah, and Boston's going to put him all in there. Tough here for Philip. Your opponent could be on a heart draw, on a straight draw, just deciding to make you commit your chips. And he's going to make the call, and he's going to have a hard time seeing here. He's going to need some help. Needs some running diamonds and 8, maybe to stay alive with a straight draw. A 6. Definitely a lot of good turn cards for Philip. See if he keeps the hope alive here on a turn card. 9, it definitely does help as it puts him ahead. And Philip stays alive, catches the 9. Not only to stay alive, but to take the lead in the hand, and the double up there courtesy of Boston, who got it in good, but unfortunately it did not finish it out there. Turn 9 giving Philip there 2 pair. And yeah, Harvey's still your chip leader. Matt's at 146. I was checking the chip stack updates here. Roy does have 45,000. So that's going to put Boston down at the bottom of the pack, 34,000. Wayne right next to him, 36,000. So Sham, Roy, Wayne, and Boston, about half of this table needing to find a spot to make some moves. But it's going to be tough when Matt here, one of the chip leaders, waking up with under the gun pocket queens, makes a huge raise pre-flop to 15,000. Unfortunately for him, he just joined the table. And there's Philip, pocket aces on the button. I was going to say, unfortunately for Matt, the 15's a really big bet for this table, but he hasn't played with these players the last couple hours or so. But he's going to get some action as Phillips can move all in here. And Harvey, pocket jacks. What does he do here? This is a tough one. You got a new chip leader at the table, raising it up to 15,000, which of this table ecosystem is a huge pre-flop raise, what they've been used to the last couple hours. And then you have an all-in Philip, and wake up with pocket jacks. And it's for about a third of his stack. No, almost half of his stack. Raised at 15 and an all-in. And beautiful laydown by Harvey. Wow. Wow. Very impressive. I am very impressed with Harvey on this stream today. He has played amicably and has the chip stack to show for it, and going to preserve that chip stack by being able to lay down those pocket jacks. Very, very impressive, Harvey. Philip need to dodge a queen, stay alive, and a queen right in the flop. Now he needs an ace and only an ace here on this river, or Philip's going to take a bad beat to send him to the rail, and it does. Tough there for Philip. Fought that short stack for a good long while just to pick up aces and run into queens. So Philip, well played. Like I said, fought a short stack for a while and did it well, and was in the process of building it up. Wakes up with pocket aces and having somebody betting huge right before him, and doesn't survive. Misses that bag. I know he can get one. He's run deep in this thing 2 or 3 times now out of the 5 flights we have had. But when you can't beat queens with pocket aces. It's hard to get that bag into day two. But nice hand for Matt, and a great laydown out of Harvey pre-flop. Saved himself lots of money. He maintained that second at the table stack. Matt jumps over him and to 238,000 now. So Matt in great position with his tournament skills and his experience. He's going to be a problem at this table. Dan under the gun going to call 4,000 with the King 10 offsuit. Wayne coming in the hijack. Boston the cutoff going to come in as well. Matt King at 10 of the big blind. He's going to squeeze here. Great play. He's got the chip lead, going to put him to work. 15,000, and I don't know if there's going to be anybody that's going to come along. No, Boston is. Boston's going to put in the rest of his stack. 30,000, good enough spot for him to try to get some chips in there. There's a lot of money in there with all the limping. Matt doesn't like the call here, but he might not have any choice. It's only 17,000 more. Ace 4 offsuit against King 10 offsuit. Ace right in the window for Wayne, and nothing on the turn or river. So he's going to get the double up courtesy there of Matt. Good squeeze played there by Matt, putting those chips to work. But the small stack woke up with a hand and just had to call for only 17 more after committing that much pre-flop. But still maintains the table chip lead, 198,000, just under 200,000. Harvey's still behind him with 170. Janice all the way down to about 120. Dan right at 100K. So Boston, Roy, and Sham need to find a couple of cards here, find themselves a double up. Battle of the blinds here. Dan took a stab, but Janice didn't fall for it. Calling with the 9 there, going to pick up that extra money. First to act is going to be Wayne here, looking at a 9-4 offsuit. Going to let that one go after that good double up that he had. Harvey going to get involved in the hijack king queen offsuit. Going to call the 4,000. Janice completes a small blind. Sham in the big blind checks his option. So we're going to go 3 ways to a flop. Both Janice and Harvey sharing a king could be dangerous. 10, 6, 4, 2 spades. Janice checks. Sham here checks as well. Harvey checks his option. We're going to go to a turn of 5. That's going to be open-ended. Nope, gut shot now for Sham. It's only got 58,000. It's kind of a hard stab here for only 16 in the pot, but doesn't hurt to try. Harvey here lets his hand go, and so does Janice. So good stab there by Sham, much needed at chips. Every blind matters right now for these guys. They are trying to make it to that final table. Final table, everybody gets paid. 3 of them get a $100 bill tonight for their min cash efforts, and then the last 6 bag and tag for this Sunday, day after tomorrow at 1 p.m. to go for even more money. So these players here are going for the final table to get paid, and the final 6 to move on to day 2. Boston here, and they're going to call 4,000 with the Jack 8 suited. Janice coming along on her button. Ace 5 offsuit. Small blind completes with the King 6. And Wayne in the big blind makes the big squeeze to 14,000 with pocket kings. With a big blind wake up there. And Janice on the button going to call 14,000. Wants to mix it up here. And Boston wants to be a part of the big pot here. He doesn't have much left, but he's going to put it in with that Jack 8 of spades. Let's see if it pays off. Queen 7-5, all diamonds. Janice with the nut diamond draw. This could get interesting. Wayne's going to put it all in here with the pocket kings. Boston lets his hand go. Janice, bottom pair, nut flush draw, but for a lot of her chips. Almost 3/4 of her chips for bottom pair and nut flush draw. Does she want to gamble? She's counting it out. She does still have, oh, she's going to make the call. We're going to gamble here. She's going to be needing a 5, an ace, or a diamond. Very much alive here. A big pot, almost $200,000 pot. Three blank on the turn, needing an ace, a diamond, or Wayne's going to double up. And a diamond on the river brings Janice's hand home. Tough beat there for Wayne. Got it in great. Well ahead. Just needing to fade a diamond or an ace. But unfortunately, the 10 of diamonds eliminates Wayne from this feature table, Flight E, of this $50,000 guarantee tournament. But well played, Mr. Wayne. You got it in well. And Janice gambled and got there. Puts her over the 220K mark and into the table chip lead once again. Big, big gamble there by Janice that paid off. Tough to do, tough to do. And now Boston pretty much all in on this hand right here. He said I'll have to check his chip stacks here. It could be off, but he's only showing up a few thousand left. Sham here on the button. Already called into the gun. 4,000 Sham on the button pocket sixes here. Unknown hand here by Harvey. We'll see if we can get him to read his cards. Sham going to raise it up with the pocket sixes. Looks like 8,000 to play. Oh, and Harvey's showing pocket aces. Does he really have pocket aces? Boston's going to be all in. He said he only had a few thousand behind. He was basically all into the big blind. Sham raised a 14. Harvey sitting here with, according to the computer, pocket aces. You're going to see him betting a lot more than the 14 that's going to him. No, he just called. Maybe he doesn't have pocket aces. Not real sure here, but we'll see what happens. Maybe he's just trying to keep everyone in to eliminate a player. Queen, Jack, 10. Not the best flop for aces. Boston plenty alive. Unfortunately, some of his outs are gone. Sham here going to c-bet this. And again, not too concerned with Boston being all in. He's all in for so little. The side pot is sort of the whole pot. Yeah, and Sham bet again, and then Boston goes all in. Sham's got to lay it down. So big move there for Harvey. He does have the pocket aces. Sham's going to see that made a good lay down. A good stab, though, on that flop just to see, make sure. But Boston is still very much alive here, needing Harvey to spike one of his aces or a 9. There's the 9. The king 10 is going to pull ahead of the pocket aces. Jack on the river, no help. And so Boston going to stay alive. Harvey's going to win a little bit back in that side. So he's not losing a whole lot there, but Boston's king 10 cracks the aces of Harvey. So far, aces are 0-2 in the last 30, 45 minutes or so. So aces trouble here so far at this feature table. And Boston's going to go from being basically all into the big blind to having another good bet in front of him. 26,000. Paul's going to bring those back in as he dealt the dead button. It does happen. So Janice, still your chip leader at the final table, at this feature table, 227,000. Matt and Harvey both around that 180K mark. Dan about 120, Sean about 50,000, Roy 35, and Boston at 26. It's definitely moving time here in this tournament. It's time to build up some chips or be eliminated. Hence why you saw Sham making moves like that. Janice on the cutoff here with pocket 9 is going to raise this up big, 20,000. I say big. The blinds are up to 2,500, 5,000, 5,000. So it's a 4x raise, not that big, but just feels big for this feature table as they've been playing a lot of small ball here. But nothing wrong with that whenever you're playing for such a good prize. Like I said, you're trying to play for that final table and to get into the cash or top 6 to bag and tag. Seven here on this feature table, so could have 8 on the outer table, or 6, could be down to 13, could have 15. Again, the stream is 15 minutes in the past. We have a 15-minute delay on stream here. You can see right now how many players are left in real time, but who wants to spoil the stream? I don't. And I hope you don't. Sham, tired of messing around the cutoff, going to jam with ace tray offsuit. Harvey going to be the only one contending here, waking up for the big blind. King Jack offsuit. He's got 41,000 Sham, so it's a good chunk of Harvey's chips, but Harvey is just not shown much fear. He is behind. Does let it go intelligently. I think it's a good fold. Sham there, even if he is just trying to buy some blinds with such a large all-in. King Jack, any ace could win that hand for Sham. Dealer Paul dealing a hand 119 here in this flight E. Players are dropping left and right as these blinds are starting to separate the chip stacks here. Dan under the gun looking down at the 7 deuce. 7 tray for Janice. Roy on the button. Haven't seen him be able to get much into the mix, but he wakes up with ace 10 on the button, going to go all in for 22,500. Harvey, ace 4 of clubs. Very pretty hand. A lot of people are playing these ace wheels suited, but this is a tournament for someone who has already moved all in front of you. Ace X destroys anything for you. You're effectively looking for clubs, and that's it. About a sixth of his chips. He does go ahead and lay that down, as does Matt in the big blind, waking up with 6-5 offsuit, nothing. So Roy gets the button bet through, picks up some blinds and antes, survives another orbit. The ABCs of tournament play. Janice under the gun, 7-5 suited. Takes a minute, thinks about it. It is my favorite hand after all. Looks very pretty. Boston finds the hand, ace 10 hearts, put in his last 23,000. Roy not wake up with anything in the cutoff. Let's see here what Harvey's going to do. Nothing. Matt in the small does make the call. So we're going to go heads up, all in. Boston at risk with ace 10 versus the ace jack of Matt. Got a lot of room to make up here. Needs a 10 or a lot of hearts. All black flop, unfortunately. All spades and 2 spades in a club. Running out there, and Boston don't really know what happened there. I have to see the board. The computer didn't quite catch up there. But Boston's dragging the chips. So there must have been a 1-card straight maybe out there with the 10. It happened so quickly. Did not get to enjoy that one. But Boston stacked the chips, so something in his favor did occur. So if you're a fan of Boston, sorry you missed that, but dealer Paul moving on that one. Sham under the gun, king 10 offsuit, throws that one into the muck. Boston with the brand new chips. Folds all the way around to Matt on the button with king 7 of spades. Looks like he's reaching for some raising chips. Going to put the blinds of the test here. Raising it up, looks like. It's going to get through the blinds there, and Matt's going to pick up the blinds and antes onto that button raise. Janice still your chip leader. Matt creeping up slowly behind, though. Just under 200,000. The Janice is 230. Boston down to 15.5. Needing to find a spot here. Roy, 43,000. Not a big stack there. Needing to find a place to put in his chips as well. Speaking of which, late position, ace, deuce, suited of diamonds. He's going to make the call. A couple diamonds into the muck there for Harvey. Dan on the button, waking up with king 10 offsuit. Janice and Sham throwing their cards into the muck. So does Roy. Even though we see that he has the better hand, it's hard to call off your tournament life with ace, deuce of diamonds. Does he want to call off the rest of his stack? with the ace deuce. Yeah, he goes ahead and makes the fold. Good fold there. You're basically looking for diamonds, and that's it. You're dead with any ace, any pocket pair. You've got one overcard. Again, try to see a cheap flop with it. I understand. Then has the ability to let it go once he is raised all in. Roy under the gun. King 6 offsuit into the muck. Harvey. Pocket fives, middle position. Grabbing some raising chips. Looks like he makes it 11 or 16. Yeah, 16,000 there. Folds all around the button. Janice wants to defend the button. Jack 7 suited. Queen 10 to the muck for Sham. Boston going to put in the rest of his stack with Jack 10 suited. He's in the big blind. He's already got a lot of his chips committed already. Perfectly good enough hand to go ahead and put it in, especially when you're getting 3-1 on your money. So decent play there by Boston. See if it works out for him. Deuce, ace 9, rainbow flop. Harvey's pocket fives still in the lead. 4 on the turn. Boston looking for a jack or 10, 4 on the board. So pocket fives for Harvey. Going to be good enough here to take this one down. Boston found a good spot with a decent hand and a good triple up opportunity, but cannot find the quadruple up. So we will say goodbye to Boston, who played a fantastic final table. Was here the whole time, not final table, the feature table. Was here at the feature table the entirety of the tournament. Made a lot of good moves, a lot of good calls. Stacked up early and rode that stack all the way to this point. Well played, Mr. Boston. And then there were 6 at the feature table. Probably get a player moved over here shortly. Currently at 3 tables. Looking for the final 9 to make the money. Matt under the gun. 10 deuce makes the call. No, he didn't. So I say there's no way. That's not a Matt move. Limping under the gun with 10 deuce. At this stage in the tournament, I don't think so. But we are going 3 ways to a flop of Queen Jack 4. No help to any of the players that checks on around. 10 on the turn. King of Roy is open-ended. Harvey as well on the bottom end. Going to get down to Janice, who's going to make the $10,000 bet. And it may just get through. Nope, Roy's going to put in the last of his stack. Oh, because he has the straight order. He has the king 9. Never mind. I apologize. I thought he had just had the king. So Roy is already home. Janice bet 10,000. Roy's all in for 28. It's not that much more to Janice. She's going to be forced to make this call, looking for a king to chop the pot. I'm sorry, a king would actually give her the win with the ace. So Janice here looking to chop, and that's it. There is the ace on the river, but the king 9 is still going to hold for Roy. And a huge double up for him puts him at 76,000 in checks. So trending upward. Roy is still in with more than he brought in to this feature table. Sham, now the shortest stack at 46,000. Hasn't really had much to work with. Been sort of handcuffed by other players raising. Hasn't really been able to pick a spot. He's told us a few stories here and there with some chips instead of the cards to build up his chip stack, but that time is starting to run out. He needs to actually catch some hands here pretty quick. 9 on the river gives Dan a pair of 9s. Going to drag that pot. Players lightly stepping around, not wanting to get eliminated this late, wanting to get back to 2 tables to make those blinds stretch a little bit longer, being able to see more cards for free. Dan under the gun looking at an ace-10 of hearts, good enough for him to... He's going to bet it all, not even going to mess around. 134,000, sort of an awkward stack for him, I suppose, to be able to make a raise without committing too much of a stack. The blinds being a min raise of 10,000, he's only got 134. Doesn't make much sense to put in too much without committing the rest of your stack. So it just goes ahead and does it anyway. And it forces someone to wake up with a monster. And that's not going to happen. So shows the ace, mucks, and picks up a round of blinds and antes now that he is in the big blind. So what's it going to look like to a lot of the players paying attention who was just trying to steal some blinds? But when you don't wake up with anything to defend that with, you just have to let them walk in and walk away with the blinds. And here come some players. At least one. Jose makes it back to the feature table. Last night's bagger. Jose already into day 2, looking to get his second bag. Six Jack 10 here. Nut flush draw for Harvey. On the button, not choosing to bet it just yet. May see him fire here. No, he doesn't. He goes in and tries to realize his equity, and he does get the heart on the river. Does anybody make anything to pay anything off with? I don't see anything at all. So yeah, Harvey here going to have the nut flush, but no one's going to be able to pay this one off. Tough break for him, but it was a $40,000 pot pre-flop, so not bad at all. We've got Sigma Jose coming to the table. Looks like we've condensed down to 2 tables left here in Flight E.
352.5.
Yeah, Zach Janis is still in and a big stack. Took a big gamble earlier and it got paid off pretty well. Put her at the chip leader so far. We'll see what these new stacks bring to the table. Players happy to go back to 9-handed poker as we've condensed down to 2 tables, it looks like. Now going to raise up his button there, and Dan and Jen is having to get out of the way. Hand number 129 here in Flight E. Down to 18 players. We're looking for 9. 9 players get into the money. 7th, 8th, and 9th get the min cash of 100. And 1 through 6 get to a bag and tag and head into day 2. Sham here in the big blind, going to move it all in with King 10 offsuit. No takers there, picking up some very valuable big blinds or blinds and antes. Sigma under the gun. 5 deuce, let's go. Trying to see a chip stack here on some of these new players, see what the new dynamic could be. Who's the short stack? Who's the big stack? Alfredo calls 6,000 to 10-5 suited over 200K in his stack. Dan, who has built his stack nicely, 122,000, calling with a king 7 of clubs. Sham, pocket 4s, small blind, going to complete here. Try to see a cheap flop. Jose in the big blind. Ace 9 offsuit and going to move it all in there. He's only got 33,000. Alfredo lets his hand go. Dan's letting his fold. And Sham, who doesn't have a whole lot, does he want to see if Jose only has big cards, or is he going to put Jose on a pocket pair, which is inevitably going to be bigger than the pocket 4s? Does he want to choose this point here to flip for a tournament live? No, he does not. It's a good fold. He's the button next hand and gets to see quite a bit of cards here and plenty of chips to spin up. So good fold there by Sham. Alfredo here under the gun, going to call with King 10 suited. Sorry, I keep coming in and out of commentary here. We got a lot of stuff going on with the floors out here I'm having to help with here at Poker House Fort Worth. It's a busy Friday night here. While these players here are down to the final two tables trying to get into the bag status of the Flight E. We've got some outer table cash games going. So plenty of stuff going on here at Poker House Fort Worth on a Friday night. If you're listening or watching in the area, make your way over here. Got a good night going. Lots of poker. Alfredo going to flop top pair here with King kicker. Jose and Sigma, neither one having much to do with that one. So Alfredo going to get some more chips there, building his chip stack up. 230K plus. Sham in the cutoff going to move all in with Jack 8 suited. And Alfredo, I thought Alfredo was counting chips there. He wasn't, he'd already folded. I thought Alfredo was about to call there with the King 8. Sham making a good move there, picking up some blinds. Got Carlos here in the box. Okay, there's a chip stack. I can finally see it here. Sigma chip leader is 337,000 in chips. Alfredo behind him, well behind him, 224,000. So 100K chip lead here for Sigma, who's been in this position a couple times this week. He has a bag, I believe. So Sham, Jose, and Roy all under 100K here. Dan and Janice kind of middle of the pack. Matt, Harvey, upper tier close to 200,000. And then Sigma has the big stack. Like I was saying a moment ago, he has found himself in this position a couple times this week and ran into some bad situations. We'll see if he can hold on to this. We've got less than 2 tables left in the field. Curious to see here, looking at this leaderboard here, Mike Moore, which is Sigma, bagged 548,000 in chips. So this will be a great field to get that second bag. A lot of players in this field, 77 entries, over 2 million chips in play. 6 baggers maybe get close to that million chip mark that Flowers has set. Of course, Flowers having a 600K bag and a 400K bag. He's just over $1 million, 1.04. Blinds are 3,000, 6,000, 6,000. There can only be 9. These players are trying to get down to this final table. Needing to pick spots very carefully. You're going to see some players fold quite a bit, trying to position themselves, tread lightly. You can't win this tournament on day one. You've got to just build the chip stack and survive. Sham here going to use his position in the middle to try to pick up some of these blinds. Sigma in the hijack, a lot of chips left, but he's still going to let that go, preserving that big chip stack. Alfredo not waking up with anything. Roy, nothing on the button. Harvey not waking up with anything in the small, and Matt not having anything in the big. So another good, well-timed all in there from Sham. And he is slowly creeping back up to that 6-figure mark. It's all about picking those spots, picking up those valuable blinds and antes. Janice here under the gun. Not having anything for a while there. Needing to do a lot of folding there, but not a bad thing right now. Sham here getting a good chip count here for the computer, so we know he's had a lot of ball ins here. Wants to make sure that his chip count is accurate for the stream. Folds all the way around to Alfredo on the hijack, reaching for some chips. Looks like he's going to raise this one up, try to take himself some blinds. No, he just called. Matt in the small blind, ace 6 offsuit. Already halfway there. Does he want to see if Dan is going to check through and he can see a cheap flop? No, he changes his mind. He's going to raise this one up. See if he can just take it down here. But unfortunately can't. Dan going to move all in. Big bet. This is twice he's done this. This guy does not want to mess around. He's going to make people commit their stacks, which is a dangerous way to play, but a definitely a good way to play whenever the players around you are being so cautious and light-footed. And Matt just can't do anything about it. He's not going to risk over half his stack with ace 6 offsuit. And Dan's going to stack some more blinds. He got his own big blind back, his ante back, and the small blind there to survive another orbit. And Dan has slowly crept up this chip count board. 156,000 in his stack. Again, Roy and Jose need to find a spot to gamble a bit. Blinds are 3,000, 6,000, 6,000. That's 15,000 in orbit. 3 of these players, only a few orbits left in their stacks. So they're going to need to make a move at some point. That's the way it goes in any tournament play. Playing your position, looking at where the blinds are, what stacks they are in, who is in the blinds. See if it's someone that has been playing more tight, so more prone to fold to a raise. And this one here, for example, is folding on around to Dan. He's just going to limp into the small blind. Jan's going to check her options. So we're going to see a flop with the small and big blinds here. You're dangerous territory when you can't put your opponent on any kind of holdings. 6, 7, 9, bottom pair for Dan. Check, check. 9 on the turn. Dan still ahead with his pair of 6s. Janice with just queen high. 5 on the river, still no help. It's just going to go check, and Dan is going to take the big blind here at showdown with a pair of 6s. Hand number 138. Players are definitely stepping lightly, trying to make it to that final table into the money. Alfredo here in middle position with ace jack offsuit, going to be raising this one up. Looks like 17,000 to play. Roy with pocket 6s decides to let that one go. Janice pocket 8s wants to see a flop. Shannon the big blind getting great price 3-1 with a pretty sneaky hand, only 11,000 more to call. It's only got 76,000, but at some point you have to see flops to make things happen. 5-4 suited, while not a great hand, it's definitely a very sneaky hand. I could see him calling here with it. And in fact, he is calling chips, but he does let it go, taking the more conservative route here. He's done a good job finding his positions to build that stack up. So Alfredo and Janice headed to a flop of a jack, 7, king, 2 hearts. Alfredo flopping at best. Going to bet it out here. No, it goes check. I'm sorry. Queen of hearts on the turn, bringing the front door flush draw. Now Alfredo has third pair with the nut flush draw. Janice staring down 3 overcards with her pocket 8s. Alfredo going to go ahead and bet this one out now. And, Janice saw him look at his cards. Alfredo definitely could be just waiting on a heart here. But Janice pretty keen on picking up on stuff like that. But unfortunately, there's just no way to really put more chips in the middle when you're staring at that kind of board with the pocket 8s. And Alfredo shows her that he actually did have enough to beat the pocket 8s. I know we had Zach in the chat hoping to make a bet that Janice was going to bag tonight, but is there anybody else rooting on any of these players here? There's less than 2 tables remaining, as we just got broke down to a full table here at the feature table. So we have the feature table and 1 outer table. Anybody you know that's still in the tournament that you're texting, any buddies, anybody that you know who you are rooting on here on this flight C to make it to the top 9 into the money, and definitely into the top 6 to bag into day 2. And are you coming to play tomorrow? Let me know in the chat. We got the noon flight, the 6 p.m. flight, and then that turbo flight at 10 p.m., which is a lot of fun. Alfredo here, middle position, going to call with the queen 10 offsuit, and Matt and hijack waking up with pocket kings, going to be raising this one up. Looks like he is going to make it 26,000, pretty hefty price. I don't think anybody here can come along. So Alfredo wants to defend. He does have a lot of chips. Goes ahead and calls to see a flop here. Alfredo looking to avoid a queen or 10 high flop. 5-9-3. No help for either Alfredo or Matt, but Matt doesn't need it with the pocket kings, and he's going to bet heavy here on this flop and try to take this one down. Alfredo just not much going on with this flop, has to let it go. So Matt picks up a pretty decent pot there with that pre-flop aggression, which easy to do with pocket kings to avoid disaster. You hear the clock going off there at Poker House at 4. That means the blinds are going up. It's going to be 4,000, 8,000, 8,000. It is definitely time for some of these stacks to move in or move out. We will be headed down quickly from this point forward. Alfredo here under the gun with Jack 4 offsuit. Take a look, probably throw it into the muck. Folds all the way around. Sham on the button, letting his go. Battle of the blinds. Jose completes the small to the big. Sigma looking down at 7 deuce. He's going to raise this one up here, try to just end this hand, and it's going to work. Well done there by Sigma. Picks up a free big blind there, courtesy of Jose. And Sigma, the dangerous stack, 373,000. More than 100,000, 150,000 of second place, which is the entire chip stack of half the table. So it's definitely in Sigma's control here. Just want to avoid too many coin flip opportunities where you start slowly dwindling away when you're that kind of a big stack. Calling in some of these shorter stacks, all ins, losing coin flips, and next thing you know, you've given up half your stack trying to eliminate players with decent coin flip positions. Janice finally wakes up with a hand. Hasn't had one in a while. In the hijack, pocket aces. She's going to raise it to 8,000. Or no, she just called the 8,000. Going to slow play this here. Could be dangerous for the other players or her. Jose going to call on the button. 7-6 suited. Sigma small blind halfway there, so just going to call it with the 10-7. Alfredo was kind of chips, decided against it. So we're going to go 4 ways to a flop. Janice pocket aces looking to avoid too many hearts and straight cards with the 7-6 and 10-7. There's a 3-9-9. Alfredo out flopping to the aces. This could be big, and checks it, slow playing it. Woof. Tough one here for Janice, and she's betting out big. Limped in with the aces, trying to get some pre-flop action. Limp raise. Unfortunately, didn't work out in her favor, and now she's running from behind here. 70,000, and Alfredo going to immediately move the rest of her stack all in, and she's just forced to call. Disaster here for Janice, needing an ace and only an ace to catch up to Alfredo, who have flopped trip nines. Again, the limp raise play not working out in her favor. Trying to see if someone would put some money in pre-flop so she could limp raise, but unfortunately just limped and checked all the way through to a flop. And Alfredo got to see a flop and spikes 3 nines. So Alfredo trying to dodge the last 2 aces in the deck. Janice at risk, needing to find one of the last 2 aces in the deck. Carlos here on the turn. Queen, no good. Only an ace and only an ace. Jack on the river, not going to do it. And Janice, just like that, trying to make some money on the aces, which is nothing wrong with that. But unfortunately, the risk outweighed the reward as Alfredo checked his option to the big blind with queen 9 suited and flops trip nines. And just like that, Janice is sent to the rail, unfortunately. We have not seen the last of her. Excellent tournament player, excellent cash player here at Poker House Fort Worth, a fixture of the room that we love so much. And she's got 3 more flights to get her bag. I know she can. And while we do a quick dealer change here, taking a look. This is not updated from the noon flight just yet, but we did add some more baggers from both clubs tonight. Again, this is not the quite updated. The flight didn't finish before the stream had started, but you can see here that the chip counts in the upper echelons, 4th, 5th place, all $500,000 and above. And in this flight here, 77 entries, over 2 million chips in play, 6 baggers. There's going to be some good bags up for grabs. And as shown here. Alfredo and Sigma both almost virtually tied with 365,000 in chips. And there's still 2 tables left of poker. Jose in the cutoff, going to put in his last 41,000 with ace deuce offsuit. Sigma on the button, not waking up everything, lets it go. Alfredo in the small blind. Does he still have a hand? Is he counting out some chips to see where he's at, or seeing if he wants to call Jose? Probably just seeing where he's at. Action. It's a king 5 suited in the small blind, and he's going to call him. Alfredo gambling to try to eliminate an opponent here. So Jose all in and at risk with ace deuce against Alfredo's king 5. Let's see some cards here, gentlemen. Ace deuce king 5. Jose here set really well to double up. 6 king deuce, king on the flop. Jose needed another 2 or an ace here on this river to stay alive. Queen not going to do it, and Alfredo just has enough chips to give it a shot and ends up on the right side of the flip. And Jose's bag of a dream of a second bag is not going to happen in this flight, but he is already into day 2 with a bag. He is in the money. He's just looking to add to that chip stack to try to make a deep run into day 2. So he will be back tomorrow. I guarantee it. Try to add it to that bag. Made a good run at it tonight. Just ran into the guy with too many chips. Alfredo, not afraid to put him in the middle and eliminate players as seen there. Should definitely send a message to the rest of the table. He's not afraid to gamble. Dan here under the gun with king 7 offsuit. Gonna let that one go. Sham folding over to Sigma. The cutoff with nothing. Alfredo on the button, letting his hand for deuce go. Harvey gonna give a walk there to Matt. And Harvey shift gears here, built him up a pretty decent little stack, and then kind of backed off. Of course, granted, he hasn't had much to play, but he has definitely laid back here, sort of riding the chip stack he built. He's got a little over 150K. Probably going to be needing to be making a move soon, but just sort of going with the ebb and flow of the tournament, people moving all in and getting eliminated really quickly, and just kind of staying out of the way. Sham here, and they're going to fold. Sigma in the hijack. Going to just make the call with the queen 8. Oh, he's going to raise it up. Yeah, he's going to try to steal some blinds here from Matt and Dan. Matt here in the small blind. Lets it go, and Dan folds his hand as well. So Sigma playing positioning there. Who's in the blind, where the blinds are, and picks up a free round there. Players will be going on a break pretty soon. We will stay with you, trying to get to that final table. Making it to that final table where everyone is in the money, whether it's a min cash in 7th, 8th, or 9th place, or if they are bagging for day 2, 1st through 6th place, playing for even more money. That is up to the players and how they choose to play the stacks that they have. Mario being moved here to the table for balance. That tells me we probably have 14 players in the field. We have 7 here on the feature table. Mario with about 150,000 in chips. Enough to definitely make a move with. Sigma middle position, folds his hand. Alfredo on the hijack, waking up with king at 10 suited, reaching for some chips. He's going to make that call of 8,000. Harvey in the cutoff, 9-6 offsuit, throws it into the muck. Matt on the button, ace 4 offsuit, reaching for some chips as well. Going to make that call. Dan going to shove it all in, pocket 8s. That man doesn't know how to bet other than all in or fold, and I am here for it. I love it. Put these guys to a test for their chips. These guys are all stepping around lightly, trying to survive, and he's putting them to the test for their stack. Mario here, ace 10 offsuit, just sat down to see if this is something tempting enough for him with an ace 10 to put his life at risk. In the big blind for 8,000. Goes ahead and lays it down the ace 10. It's a good fold. Alfredo getting out of the way, and Matt, they're going to fold as well. So Dan, it works every time but the last time. We go all in. It works every time but the last one. But I don't think we've seen the last one from him, and he'd hope to not have the last one there for a while. But like I said, putting people to a decision for all their chips is what No Limit Hold'em's all about. And he's got plenty of chips to have that kind of fold equity, to where his 150,000-ish is enough to dent any one of these stacks, if not put people at complete risk. And he played well enough here on this feature table the entirety of the tournament that the people that have been here, they haven't seen him really get out of line, so they have no reason to believe that he doesn't have a premium every time he's doing this. Sigma with the dilemma here under the gun, pocket nines. Looks like he's going to raise it up to 20,000. Alfredo makes the call with the ace 10 offsuit. Probably one of the only positions that Sigma doesn't want to see call is the one that can put the biggest dent in his stack. And that's what's going to happen here, if not eliminate his stack. Yeah, Sigma is out chipped by Alfredo after Alfredo picked up that all in from Jose. 7-4 queen. Pocket nine still ahead. Goes a quick check to a turn. 8 goes check as well. So Sigma here, as long as he doesn't fold, will take down this hand. Alfredo not choosing to bet is going to show the ace 10. Sigma going to show the pocket nines and pick up that pretty decent pot there. Put him back in the chip lead anyway. 425,000 for Sigma. Alfredo just under 400,000. These two a commanding chip lead of this feature table. Hand at number 147. About 14 players left in the field. We're looking for the final 9 to be into the money. Glad for each and every one of you that are tuned in. Quite a few people still watching on Facebook and YouTube. I can see both chats. No one likes to type. No one wants to tell me who they're rooting for. These guys want some fans. They're on the live stream. They're excited. They're happy. Let them know that you are rooting them on. If you know who they are. Even if you don't, if you just like the way someone's been playing, root them on. They'll see it. People go back and love to watch the stream and how they played in the comments. Harvey here in the low jack. Hasn't played a hand in a minute. Just limps in with a king 8 of hearts. Mario on the button going to call this pocket sixes. Sham halfway there in the small blind calls with the king deuce. Sigma checking his option with queen trace. So we're going to go 4 ways to this flop. See who wants this one and or flops the best. 10 deuce jack, 2 diamonds here. No one having a diamond draw. Sham bottom pair deuces. Mario's sixes are still in the lead. But Harvey's going to take a bet in there. 30,000, quite a bit. Big bet there. That's going to get through Mario's pocket sixes. Sham's not going to call, neither is Sigma. So Harvey there playing his image and playing it perfectly. Folded for a good long while. Comes in even with the limp. Shows a pretty good strength because he has limp raised a couple times with big hands tonight. Did it with pocket queens earlier. And for anyone paying attention, that's a huge scare. Keeps people from coming over the top of you when you do limp in. If you do a limp raise enough times with enough strength in your hand that shows. So he limps in there, showing strength, and then the c-bet on taking the betting lead on that flop, taking that one down. Good move there by Harvey. Folding around to the blind, Sigma King 9 offsuit. Gonna just limp in there to see what Alfredo wants to do. Alfredo waking up with a 6-4 offsuit. Gonna check his option. 3 King 6. Pair of sixes for Alfredo. Sigma top pair of kings. Check, check. Sigma gonna play this a little slow, betting 15,000. And that check on that flop's gonna get him paid by Alfredo. 10 on the turn. Sigma gonna bet just a little bit more, a little bit of a pot protection bet there. And he's gonna turn over that king, and Alfredo cannot put him on that king with that flop check. And then betting later on the other streets. So big pickup there by Sigma. Well played. Alfredo caught just enough of it, luckily. And Sigma checking that flop. Betting out small enough on the turn and river to get Alfredo to make a little bit call. He had a pair. Hoping that Sigma was just on a draw. Matt here under the gun, pocket threes. Gonna just limp in here to see what happens. Dan, middle position, folds. Mario not having much to enjoy. Throws away his 4 deuce. Sham ace 5 suited, only 49,000. He's made some good moves all night long, picking his spots. Is this one of them here? Can he get them to fold through with only 50,000 in chips with the ace 5 of spades? He decides against it. I think it's a good fold. Didn't come this far and work this hard to get it all in with ace 5 when you have multiple people around. Sigma going to call and play his button with the ace 6 offsuit. RV in the big blind going to fold. Actually, Sigma's the one that raised. Sigma raised it up to 30,000. And Matt here not going to get involved with the chip leader. Very intelligently slow with the pocket threes. Doesn't go to set mine like a lot of players would. Just goes ahead and lets that one go. Tried to see a cheap flop. Didn't work out for him and move on. Nothing wrong with that move. Once again, players here will be going on break shortly. We are down to 13 or 14 players. We're looking for the final table to be in the money. Top 6 into day 2. We're going to bring it to you right here. Poker House Fort Worth live on Facebook and YouTube. Stay with us through the break when the players do take the break. Looks like it's folded around here to Sigma. And Dan, poor Dan. Been watching him the whole time here on the stream. He's going to get moved off this feature table for balance. Looks like we could be down to 12 players then if we're going to play 6 and 6. Sigma's raise getting through these players here. Yeah, looks like we're down to 12 players playing 6 and 6 since we lost Dan off this feature table. This feature table, even though it is on stream, we have to treat it like a normal tournament player table where people will get moved on and off of. And when you're moving a player, it's whoever's the next big blind. And I'm sad about that. I was sad to see how many times Dan could just all in or fold. And he wasn't doing it crazily. He was waiting until he had good enough hands for it. But it was working every time because he was being patient with it. Didn't show any signs of recklessness, just determination of all in or fold. Sham under the gun here, queen 10 suited. Tough decision. Goes ahead and lays that down. Tough one there. A lot of players behind him. Sigma the hijack calls 8,000 with the king 8 suit. Alfredo going to come along in the cutoff with the 8-7 off suit. Now Harvey on the button. Looks like he folded. And Matt going to complete the small blind. Oh, he's going to raise it up. 24,000 with the king queen off suit. Mario going to get out of the way. It's going to come back around to Sigma with the king 8 off suit. Tried to see a cheap flop. Doesn't think it's going to. Yeah, he's go ahead and fold, and Alfredo folds. So Matt there picking up on the weakness and limps of the players decides to put him to a little bit of a bigger test there. And I think that's going to take us to the break. So like I said, stick around. We are at 12 players. We're going to be playing down to 6 here when we get there. We'll be at 9, and everybody will be in the money. But we're going to be playing it down to 6 tonight. for the six baggers. The six baggers here. So stay tuned, and we will be right back after this break. As you see, only 6 left here at this feature table. That means there are 12 or maybe 13 left. We're going to play down to 9 players to get down to the money. And then 6 players get to bag their chips and come back this Sunday and play for even more money. Alfredo here in the hijack going to raise this up with the ace-5 offsuit. Sham in the big blind, 30,000 more to call. He's only got 39 behind us. He want to run his tournament life here with the king at 10 offsuit. Decides to lay that one down and pick a better spot here. Sigma over $500,000 in chips. Alfredo 364,000. Matt just under 200,000. Harvey about 180. Mario right at 100, and Sham at 40, needing to find a spot. He's picked the spots so well the last little bit here at this feature table, but the field is getting a little bit thinner, and the stacks are getting a little bit bigger and harder to find his spot. Sigma here under the gun, king 4 suited. Calls the 10,000. Alfredo on the hijack, 4 deuce of clubs. Throws that into the muck. Harvey in the cutoff, letting his hand go. Matt on the button, queen 9 suited. Going to raise this one up to 30,000. Mario in the small blind lets that one go. Sham letting his hand go. Sigma's going to make that call, so we're going to go heads up. 9, 10, 10 here on this flop. So Matt here flopping at best with a pair of 9s. Going to bet this one out. No, nothing here for Sigma, so he's going to let that one go. Giving a little bit of chips there to Matt. One of the more dangerous players at the table. I don't know that I'll give him chips lightly if I were any of these players. Once again, Matt was our winner of the Road to Vegas tournament. Went and played in the World Series of Poker main event, courtesy of Poker House Fort Worth. A very accomplished, very good tournament poker player. Sham here, 19,000 left. Now's the time. See if that chip stack's accurate. Either way, it's way too low. Needing to find a spot. There it is on the button. Going to put in the last of his chips. King 9 offsuit. Sigma on the small blind. Lets his hand go. Alfredo here. Probably going to call no matter what. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like that is exactly what happens here. What does Alfredo wake up with? Queen 4 offsuit. Sigma did fold. So Sham ahead. Need to dodge a queen 4 or too many diamonds. 4 right on that flop. Need a king or a 9 to come back. Now we open it at 7, 8, 9, 10. Jack for the straight. And Sham staying alive. Woof. What a run out there. So Sham still in it. Still in it. Dealer Tina here in the box. 6 players here, 6 players on the outer table. Trying to get down to 9 players, so we'll all be in the money. 7th, 8th, and 9th get in a min cash of a $100 bill. And 1st through 6th get to bag and tag and come back the day after tomorrow at 1 o'clock and play for more than a min cash. I hope they come back tomorrow and play in some flights to add to their chip stacks. 5 tray king, 2 hearts here. Alfredo top pair here and checking it very sneakily. And Harvey's going to fall for it here. Harvey's going to bet out. And Alfredo to make a quick call here. Harvey could end up putting Alfredo on a heart draw, which could be his demise if he just continues to try to fire at it. Let's the turn check through. 8 on the river. Almost got their runner straight. Alfredo's going to bet this one out here, and Harvey's going to lay this one down. Good check by there, Alfredo. Shows the king. Slow plays very sneakily. %, got him that extra bet on that flop. Blinds are 5,000, 10,000, 10,000. Moving time here in this flight E. Mario under the gun, ace 7 suited. He's got less than 100K in front of him. It's hard to make a bet, so you might as well put it all in there. 100K, good play there. No reason to put in a quarter or more of your stack. Commit yourself. Question is, does Alfredo want to call here with the ace-9? No, as he folds, comes down to Matt and Mario there with the good timing and to pick up some blinds and antes there, which is very, very important when they're this big. So good on him for the timing under the gun there, picking up a decent hand to get the small blind, big blind, and ante so he can survive another orbit. Sigma here with the 6-5 suitor going to raise this one up to try to take some blinds for himself. Matt in the small blind. 3 deuce offsuit. Can't handle anything with that. Lets it go. Mario on the big blind. King 9 suited. Pretty enticing. Just got himself some chips. But I don't know if he's going to put in a 5th of his chips here with the King 9 suited, but he could. But he does go ahead and let that go since he just picked up those blinds and antes for free. And Sigma there playing his chip stack in position. Picking up some blinds and antes for himself. Sigma now under the gun with the 9-6 offsuit, throws it into the muck. Alfredo, nothing going there, and lays his hand down. Harvey throws his cards in the muck. Matt on the button, picking up a 10-3. Not much to be able to steal with there. Small blind's going to give the big blind a walk, and much welcomed by Sham, who's also the short stack. Clay in the chat saying Sigma is dangerous with that stack. If he stays aggressive and gets big bag tonight, he may take charge in day 2. Definitely agree. The guy knows how to apply pressure. He's already got over a $500,000 bag waiting on him on day 2. He can pick up a big one here tonight, be towards the top of that leaderboard. He's already definitely, I believe, a top 7 or 8 stack. Top 10 for sure, I believe. We're going to have a lot of players tomorrow for all 3 flights, so you're going to see a lot more people get some bags, opportunities for double bags. So not real sure what the top of the chip stack leaderboard will look like coming into day 2, but better to get there early. Make them chase you on these flights. Alfredo under the gun going to raise this up with Queen 9 offsuit. Sham here getting down to decision time. King Jack, really attractive offsuit. He knows Alfredo's range can be pretty big, even under the gun. Does he want to gamble here with the King Jack offsuit in the small blind? Decides against it. Waits for a better spot. And Sigma, big blind. We get up with a real hand here. Ace Jack, just going to make the call. So the 2 big stacks going at it here to a flop of King 7, 6, 2 diamonds. Alfredo still nothing here with the Queen 9, but definitely the pre-flop aggressor, so you're going to see him bet this on the flop. The Sigma's going to come along. Sigma does not believe the float. Another King. And it goes check, check, and Sigma's going to make a Jack on the river. So Sigma floating on that flop with Alfredo just making the C bet. Pays off, and he's going to lead out here on this river. And Alfredo, nothing he can do really about it, has to lay this one down. So big pickup there for Sigma. Shows that he did, in fact, have the goods.
No, it's just that he already bet 20. I can't. 30's not gonna make it full.
No, that's a bad call on the turn.
That's like I can't.
Oh, much better. I don't know what that was.
Well, because it's the first part.
Oh, wait, you're gonna put in my 5, right?
Yeah.
I'll never find out. I'll find out because it showed up on the reader.
Not the first part. All in. All in for Sham.
What's this?
63.
Sorry, I had to step away there just for a second, just in time to see Sham on the button here, put in his last 63,000 with ace, deuce of diamonds. Sigma in the small blind going to go ahead and make that call with the ace 5. Sham not going to like the looks of this, but he does have diamonds working for him. Looking for a deuce or a lot of diamonds here. 3, 7, 10, no help. A lot of opportunities. There's a 5 for Sigma, and that is going to do it for Sham, who did a fantastic job picking his spots, getting as far as he did. But as the field started to thin and the stacks got bigger, it was harder for him to target positions. And it's when the cards don't cooperate, you have to pick your spots. And they just got thinner and thinner on those spots. And Sigma now over 630,000 in chips. Alfredo in second with only 300,000. So Sigma in commanding lead here, 5-handed. One more elimination, and we'll be headed to the final table and into the money. Matt here under the gun. Ace 6 of clubs, going to raise this one up. Looks like to 25,000. Mario on the cutoff, letting his hand go. Sigma, Queen 7 on the button, lets his go. Alfredo, King, Queen, going to make this call. Yep. And we're going to go heads up. Ace 6 for Matt against Alfredo's King, Queen. Jack 10, deuce, open-ended for Alfredo. Ace high still ahead for Matt. It goes check, check. We're going to see a turn. 7, no help to either player. I wonder if Alfredo could bet here or if Matt wants to bet here. Alfredo's probably going to call if Matt doesn't make it too much. Looks like 42,000. Alfredo's still open-ended. and 2 overcards comes along, and that's not a good feeling there for Matt. And the river is another 7. No draws get home, and it's going to go check, check, and Matt's going to love it. Matt's going to love the fact that his ace high is good. So a great check, check for his favor there. Alfredo chasing the open-ended with the 2 overs. A little bit of gamble there. I don't hate it, but couldn't really fire anything on the river. So it's just about Matt dodging bullets there. And that's going to be a big pickup for Matt, putting him over the 300K and knocking Alfredo down to about 238, 240,000. So big pot there for Matt. Mario and Harvey still around the 100K mark, enough to do damage to any one of these stacks, especially if they get aggressive pre. Mario under the gun here. Speaking of which, looking down at King Jack offsuit, needs to do something with this hand as the blinds are coming to him at a total of a quarter of his stack for the orbit. And he does go ahead and chip it in, and I like that play. You know, it's enough to get people to fold without dwindling it down. Sigma the cutoff, ace at 5 of diamonds. Really wants to make this call. But he does fold, makes the intelligent fold there. You can't, you never ahead there with ace 5, even though he is ahead with ace 5. More than likely never ahead there with ace 5. You're 1 overcard to a normal pocket pair, and then every ace X kills you. Mario is at the absolute bottom of his range there to make that move, and just can't call off, you know, a 1/6 of your stack that you've worked really hard to build and put yourself in a position for to call it off there that lightly. One more elimination, and we've found our final 9. Our final 9 all in the money. 7th, 8th, and 9th are getting $100 min cash. And then 1st through 6th get to bag and tag. So we're going to fold under the gun here. Alfredo on the cutoff, King Jack of Hearts, reaching for some chips here. See if he has any other customers on the line. Harvey not having anything, folding on the button. Matt 8-4 offsuit in the small blind, can't defend to that, throws it into the muck. Mario Queen 10 offsuit in the big blind. 25,000 more to him. It's a quarter of a stack. I don't know exactly what you can do here with Queen 10, so he just goes ahead and throws in the muck. Good fold, I believe. And Alfredo picks up some valuable blinds there. Clay, day 2 starts at 1 p.m. 1 p.m. on Sunday. But we have 3 more flights to go until then. So if you haven't gotten your bag to get here for day 2, you have 3 opportunities tomorrow: noon, 6 p.m., and a 10 p.m. turbo flight. So noon, 6 p.m., and a turbo flight tomorrow. The big day, the last chances, the big moving day for these chip stacks to pick up those second bags, people trying to get their first bag to get into the money. So 3 opportunities tomorrow to get into that day 2 at 1 p.m. And we're going to be live here on Poker House Fort Worth, bringing you that day 2 action. And I'm going to try to stream a little bit of tomorrow's tournaments. Keep an eye out on Facebook for any kind of alerts, and YouTube, see if we get anything planned here. Matt on the button, going to raise it up with 10-8 suited, try to pick up some of these blinds here. Mario not waking up with anything. Sigma 7-4 in the big blind. Getting some camera time here, talking about coming back over the top, yada yada. No need to do that, but he's not wrong. He's not wrong. He'll tell me tomorrow. I wasn't wrong. No, you weren't wrong, Sigma. It's not the play right now. 5-handed, just trying to get to the final table to keep the blinds from eating you alive so badly. That's what these players are trying to do. Wait for somebody to go out so they can go back to 9-handed poker, where these massive blinds stop cutting into you as frequently, because right now every 5 hands is costing them 25,000 in chips. Harvey here under the gun. Lets his hand go. Matt here, ace-8 offsuit in the cutoff. He's going to try to make a move on the blinds here. Does not. Mario, King 9 off on the button. Back to that 103,000 stack after getting through the orbit of the blinds. And he's going to try to do it again here. All in, 103,000. King 9 offsuit. Sigma not waking up with anything. And Alfredo into the buck. So Mario having the luck of the timing, picking himself up some free orbits, which is the whole point here of late tournament poker. Surviving the orbits, the blinds that come around. You just heard the clock going off there on stream, so these blinds are going to go up. Getting more and more expensive. 10 players left out of 77 entries. Big flight here tonight on this Friday night. Mario on the cutoff here at 9-6 of diamonds, throws it into the muck. Sigma going to make the call on the button. Jack 3. Did he raise it or just call? He raised it to 50. Alfredo folds. Harvey folds. Blind pick up there by Sigma. Picking up 40,000.
Well, no, Monday to Friday. So I'm gonna play a day tomorrow. That's cool. That's awesome. Well, good luck, man. I played the first 2 nights. Well, I played everything. The first 2 nights went awesome. I was the bubble boy on the first night. 6 hours wasted. And I had only 500,000. I didn't even need to play. Super. I didn't realize what I was doing. So the next night I locked up for 528 because I was like, I'm not doing that again. That sucked. And I've been trying to get the second bag all week. But I want to do it today so I can take a day off. I'm a man. I've been doing this sport. Yeah. I normally play the cash games. I don't normally do. I didn't even play past 1 hand this week because I wanted to keep my money set on it.
You got all these.
Right, I keep my mindset.
But it's been working. The last 2 nights though were bad news.
Waiting for one more elimination. I think they just hit it here, so we're going to be going to a redraw final table, maybe. They pause the clock here. Looks like they might have reached the final table into the money here in this flight E. Again, 7th, 8th, and 9th place get a min cash of 100. Yep, looks like dealer Tina there finding the new button. Tina, you already found it. It's first ace. So we're going to redraw. So I just cut out the redraw for this final table. Again, one more elimination on the true bubble here. Players are playing for. We are waiting for the players to move over to the final table to get their new seats. We're on the true bubble here at 9 places being paid. 7th, 8th, and 9th will get $100 cash today. 1st through 6th will move on to day 2 for a larger cash. So hang on with us here shortly while we redraw this final table for the Flight E Summer Jam 2 $50,000 guarantee, a 77-person flight here on this Friday night. There's only 3 flights left. So if you have not found your way in this position, just like you find these guys, to where you are trying to get your last bag or first bag, get your second bag to add to it, we have a few double baggers that could get their triple bag bonus tomorrow, noon, 6 p.m., and a 10 p.m. turbo. It's going to be a very, very busy day here at Poker House Fort Worth tomorrow. So hang in there. You've been here this long. Let's see who bags and tags. We'll be right back as we get this table redrawn and get this final table underway. And here we are for this final table. Once again, thank you for tuning in and sticking with us to figure out who's going to bag and tag heading into day 2. We combined this final table the feature table with the outer table. And Mario's going to go all in. 128,000 ace jack in the middle position here. And Dan, who we lost earlier, moved to the outer table, has come back with a good stack. And he's back to his all in or fold ways, but this time he's got the goods. Pocket kings. This final table may not take long. We'll find out here shortly. Mario going to be needing some help with some Broadway cards or an ace to take over the pocket kings of Dan. Odell folding his big blind there, Queen Trey offsuit, as Tina here is counting down the stacks, seeing who is at risk. We can see that it is Mario. Oof, and a king right on the flop. Mario needing red and Broadway cards. 9, no help. And if the chip stacks are right, that's going to be it for the cash. Mario, 9th place. He got cash. He got 9th place. Got himself let's see here. Actually, 7th. So okay, so they lost 2 on the outer table. That's what happened here. So 9th place was busted on the outer table. Okay, I'm looking at it now. The outer table busted 9th place. We came to the final table with 8, and so Mario there got 8th place for the second to last cash, and so now we're down to the last min cash bust out here. One more bust out, and the remaining 6 players will bag and tag for day 2. So we need one more elimination. Alfredo on the button, just going to go ahead and shove this all in pocket 7s. Try to pick up some blinds here. Odell not waking up with anything. Matt, ace 10 offsuit. Very pretty, but behind a lot of things. And he has quite a bit of chips, so he is going to lay that one down. Alfredo picking up some blinds and antes there. So Sigma, 636,000. Clay, over $500,000. Dan, 350,000. Built up his stack nicely since he got moved to the outer table. Matt, just under 3. Alfredo, 250. Odell, a little under 250. And Harvey, the short stack, 61,000. Needs to make a move as the blinds are 10, 15, and 15. So 40,000 coming around. Harvey is going to have a hard time at making it through the blinds here. He's going to need to definitely wake up with a hand here in the next little bit. And he is going to go all in here. Middle position with the Jack 8 suited. Very pretty hand. Dan right after him in the hijack, looking down at 4-3. Can't do anything about that. Alfredo going to make the call here in the cutoff with the King 6. Calling the 61,000. Odell on the button. Queen 4 has to let that one go. And Matt, pocket 9s. What do you do here? Do you just call the 61? Or do you re-raise, try to isolate? Looks like he's just going to make that call. 7 deuce in the big blind goes away. So we're going to go 3 ways to a flop here. Harvey at risk, looking for a triple up here with his Jack 8 of clubs. And a 9 right in the middle. How about quads? Right in the window. Matt flopping quads. Harvey's all in with the Jack. Goes check, check. King on the turn. Gonna check the quads, obviously. And Alfredo's reaching for chips. Oh, no. Oh, no, Alfredo. He's going to bet 60,000. What does Matt do? Do you smooth call or just put Alfredo in to see if he'll come along? He just makes the smooth call here. Imagine flopping quads, having someone all in and someone else betting into you. River, deuce, no change. Does Alfredo give away more chips here? He's reaching for chips. Oh, and he goes all in. Snap call by Matt. What a final hand here at this final table. So not only did we get one, we got a double knockout here. If Alfredo has less chips than Matt, which I believe he does, so we have a double knockout here. So a rare situation where one of the top 8 qualifiers proceeds to day 2 with no chips. So Alfredo here will he'll have the min cash of whatever day two min cash is. So he'll proceed to day two with 0 chips. What an ending! You don't see that very often. A double knockout on the bubble. So Mr. Harvey will receive the $100 min cash, day one flight min cash, and Alfredo will move on to day two, but with 0 chips. And so Alfredo will get a min cash on day two for whatever that is based upon the entries. It'll be a little bit higher than the flight, uh, the day one flight min cash. Wow. Okay, so that went quick and interesting. and the best part is it's not over. We've still got more flights to go. That was Flight E with a roller coaster ending. Matt flopping at quads, knocking out 2 opponents at once. But congratulations to all the rest of the players. We'll be having them up on Facebook and the leaderboard here shortly as we get these chip counts in. Sigma, I think he had over 600K. He may be the new day two chip leader. We'll have to wait and see. Taking over Flowers, but we'll get the official unofficial count for the sheet up ASAP. But yeah, you've still got a day to get into this thing. We've still got chips to fly tomorrow, August 24th, Saturday, noon, flight F, and then 6 p.m., flight G, and then flight H, 10 p.m., turbo flight, which is an interesting, fun flight. Yeah, everybody in the chat. Chat woke up for that one. What an ending. I was looking for one additional knockout, got 2 as Matt flopped quads, and Alfredo ended up making a decent enough hand to put in the rest of his chip stack. And Matt easily turns over the quads. And 2 players eliminated. The shorter stack does get the day one min cash of 100. And Alfredo will get credit for moving on to day 2, but will have no chips to play with. So he'll receive a day 2 min cash. I've seen it happen. It does happen. So, but like I said, there's still 3 flights left of this tournament. You still have time to get in on this action. Once again, tomorrow noon, flight F, and then tomorrow evening at 6 p.m. flight G, and then a 10 p.m. turbo flight H. A perfect opportunity to get that second bag, maybe if you have a bag. Maybe you have 2 bags trying to get that third bag for that triple bag bonus. We've already got one of those in Michael Flowers. Already got that triple bag bonus under his belt, $500 waiting on him on day 2, August 25th. So 3 flights, 3 opportunities tomorrow. It's going to be a long day here at Poker House Fort Worth. Come get in on it. If you can get in each one of the flights, like I said, it's 12, 6, and 10 p.m. turbo. Every flight, only $65 entry fee. Gets you $20,000 chip starting stack, and then an additional $10 instant bonus for 10,000 in chips. So for $75 is the most you have to pay. There's no add-ons, no other bonuses for each one of these flights. You can get in on any flight you want. $75 is the most you can spend to try to punch your ticket for that $50,000 guaranteed day 2. That's going to be Sunday at 1 p.m. Each of these flights will have a registration period, just like the other ones have, so you can get here a little bit after the start time, or if you happen to bust out early, you can get back into it. But either way, we definitely have plenty of opportunity tomorrow for you to get in on this fantastic tournament starting at noon tomorrow with Flight F. If you have any questions, you can send us a message on Facebook. Once again, thanks for everyone for tuning in and watching on Facebook and YouTube. Keep a lookout tomorrow for the stream for tomorrow's, and definitely tune in to day 2, August 25th, for our 1 p.m. restart for all the qualifiers from each one of these flights as we bring you live the winner of the $50,000 guaranteed tournament, Summer Jam 2. Hope to see you all here tomorrow, whichever flight you choose, or all of them, to give yourself the best chance to punch your ticket tomorrow, noon, 6 p.m., and at 10 p.m. right here at Poker House Fort Worth or at Poker House Peaks, both locations running simultaneously. Both lead right